Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Happy Friday morning. It's a Nosebleed Seats takeover that we've all not been waiting for. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. Supposedly Bobby Belt was going to be here at 5:30. Bobby said, no, man, I'm going to be here at 5:30. Peyton, it's 5:38. There's no Bobby Belt.
He just called me.
Oh, did he?
He said he might have overslept.
Oh, is that what he did?
Yeah, which that means he's in the McDonald's parking lot right now.
Gosh.
Getting breakfast.
So. And I'm trying to keep my
Bobby.
soda body going, and he's going to bring in a bunch of burritos and stuff.
That's how he's going to get back into my good graces for trolling his balls off to start this program. He's coming out of the gates like this. I thought about it. I was like, I could see Bobby doing one of those deals where, I'll be there at 5:30. Of course, I'll be there at 5:30.
Ooh, I'll be
Hospitality,
here.
yeah.
He's going to milk this entire show, guys. Just be ready.
Well, he's been talking all week. Like the fire, we went over to Flower Mound. We were at Southern Leisure, which is his home. And great people out there at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Bobby hung out for like a solid hour. And all he's doing is talking it up. Oh, guess what? We're going to get in a bunch of trouble. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, they're doing those. He's like giddy about it, like it's his first day at school. And then what happens? It's time. Red lights are on. This is showtime, baby. And where's Bobby? He's not here.
Especially this time of year, when we're all trying to gather together. It's postseason time, and you're looking at every guy in the locker room, like who's gonna show up and have a presence here. Who's gonna help will you to victory, so to speak. We haven't done the mornings in forever. I mean, there was like a 44% chance that you and I were both gonna miss the start of this show because that wake up call was no joke.
I thought about texting in sick.
It was painful.
It was rough. And you know what stinks about it is we're used to, obviously, like our body clock is now on all these late night Mavs and Stars games. So like we're used to going to bed now, midnight, around there.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not used to that. That's been kicking my tail.
Yeah.
I was curious how it was doing for you guys. Like Peyton, you're waking up at 3 a.m.
And I'm watching these games, dude. I'm watching the Stars go to OT. I'm watching the games, man. I'm going to bed at midnight.
You're freaking
I went to one of the Stars games. Got home at 12:30. Yeah, it was the game 1 against Vegas.
Oh, so now you can never go back?
No, now I can't. I'm banned now for the playoffs.
It is funny though. You got off, like you do that one time. You start the postseason that way, and now you've thrown off your clock.
I get 3 hours, 3.5 hours maybe with these late night games. But then I nap for I'm on the 4-hour nap, guys.
Are you really?
So when I stay up late, dude, I go home, I crash by like 12:30. I wake up, it's almost dinner time.
Okay.
That's
Eric, you can help me on this because I'm going to go home. My baby girl's like almost 3 months old now. And I'm hoping I can try and get a nap in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wifey has a work lunch because she's going to start going back to work on Monday. I'm taking off next week for paternity leave. I'm going to be on dad duty. So she's going to leave at noon. I'm wondering, how long can I get a nap in today? I don't think I'm going to get one.
I don't think you're getting one. From my experience, that was a tough early deal. If I would fill in for the morning show at any point during the early stages of fatherhood, I was just ticking my wife off to no end because I was getting that nap. This is
Honey,
before
you got
I understood
this, okay? It's okay.
The balance of selflessness and selfishness, and so it was tough. But now, I'm living in a moment right now where I know for a fact I'm not getting a nap today, so I'm just gonna eat it and move on. But the idea of being exhausted and like a zombie throughout the day today, it'll be like, hey, my weekend started at 10 a.m. That feels like a victory,
Yes, that's the best part of this. I'm counting down every segment until we get the hell out of here. That's really it.
Wow,
and I love doing what we do, and I love you guys.
The old clock watch.
I'm itching to leave. I'm ready to start the weekend off, and I'm ready for Game 6. Stars clinching this thing tonight in Colorado.
This is crazy. Now I'm dealing with a broken mouse situation.
Well, I thought Bobby,
because
normally, so this is kind of nice. We're back in our configuration, which we haven't been in a couple of years, which, I'm back in this spot over here where typically Brian Broaddus will sit for the G-Bag Nation. You're back over where Gavin usually sits, which is where we would do nights. And it's nice. I can see Peyton's beautiful face. Ryan's back there. Congratulations on the graduation, Ryan.
Nice work, Ryan.
Hey,
I'm a TCC guy myself.
Hope you had a great time, and I hope the commencement speech was really good.
That's where you go to. Community college. That's where you become a man,
dude. We both did the community college route,
and look at us.
We turned out semi okay. And 3 North Texas Mean Green on the show today. This might be a Mean Green overload.
A trifecta.
My gosh, can you believe we were all on the same show together, and Peyton was over here trying to gather the foreigners?
Yeah. We were TV and radio.
We were, man. Just dual threats. Pretty incredible. If Bobby's on the hotline right now, tell him we don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, Bobby, just wait till you're actually in the building. I really don't want to hear your voice right now.
Bobby, are you in the drive-thru?
No. How much did you think I was doing a bet? when
You
I
are.
wasn't there 5:29. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I swear. Ryan, get me the Zoom. I want Ryan to send me a Zoom link right now. I'm going to Zoom from my telephone as I
wanna look
drive.
at you.
No, I don't want to
show
see you.
I will show you the 105 miles per hour I'm about to do on the Autobahn, which is the 635 Expressway. What happened was, this is what happens when Sean's out and I got to get up an hour earlier for 2 weeks. I get exhausted, and then one day I oversleep through an alarm, but I kept waking up. I woke up at 12:15 and like 2 and then 4, or no, it wasn't 4, it was like 3:45, and I kept falling back to sleep, and so I did it again, and I just happened to roll over and look, and it said 5:29, and I screamed several F-bombs, then I called Peyton.
I thought you were actually excited to do this show today.
Me too.
I was
Me
thrilled
too.
to do the show. I was worried about oversleeping.
Well, you did.
This is classic.
I did.
This is classic substitute teacher situation. You think you can just kick us around because we're not swinging the big Sean Sharif stick right now. You know,
Guess what?
We don't have the diamond calves like Choppy.
Guess what, D? I was homeschooled, so I didn't even know about a substitute teacher situation.
Really?
Well,
You didn't have to have a substitute?
Well, no, I guess I do, because my mom did die.
Thank you.
So
Jeez,
now I
Bobby.
don't have a primary teacher
I
anymore.
was going there as well. That's where
Man.
he's got me right now.
I knew it. I had it on the bingo card. Bobby would be late. He would drop a dead mom joke all within the first 6 minutes of the show. And I think we're going to be canceled off the air by 6 o'clock. That's my bold prediction.
No, we're not, because Bobby's not with us. He's not going to give us that opportunity.
Well, that might be what get us canceled with the bosses anyway. I'm sitting here trying to get in. So I will be there. I am going to, please, if any Dallas police officers or Tolos, you see a black Ford Explorer speeding by, just let it go, please.
Just let it go.
We're letting
Yeah.
you go, Bob. We'll
Can't
see you.
hold it in
hopefully
anymore.
All
soon.
right, I love you guys. I'll be there probably right at 6.
All right, we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Love you. Bye.
Bleep Hole of the Week. It's
Yep.
just awarded.
Yep.
And he's a perpetual winner of the award, so this is normal for him. Sort of run-of-the-mill Friday, Bleep Hole of the Week, Bobby Belt.
That what
once
do we
again.
expect from this jackwagon?
940, but even though Bobby was homeschooled, he still got bullied.
He did. He's still getting bullied to this day.
Most of his siblings were younger than him, and they were still
They were
tearing
kicking
him
his
up.
ass.
Dang right.
I almost said something again I probably shouldn't have said.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be professional here.
Well, you can blame Bobby for any wrongdoing that takes place over the next 23 minutes. You can just point your sausage finger at Bobby Belt's round face.
Look at
and
these
say, it's
dudes.
this guy. This is the guy that did this to me.
We will.
Okay, he
You
drew
did
me
this to
off sides. He drew me off sides. You were expecting to walk in here with one of those beautiful, awful Salisbury steak and egg and cheese bagel things from McDonald's.
Have you
that he
tried 'em?
promised. Have I tried them? Yes, it was in my wheelhouse for forever.
And it wasn't good?
No, I mean for it's McDonald's steak. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? There was a while like
It's not actually steak. It can't be steak. They're not serving steak.
I'm not even sure the bagel is a bagel. I have no idea.
It's a ribeye.
It's the McRib. They're putting the
It's a
McRib
ribeye.
on
No,
there.
it's probably closer to the Salisbury steak that Peyton Russell likes to consume with his Hungry Man
The Hungry
dinners
Man's,
after he
yes.
takes his 4-hour nap and then goes back to sleep.
Thank you.
Probably less than an hour
And those
later.
cold mashed potatoes, man, that don't get cooked because they're too solid. to be put in
Too,
the microwave.
like
you
a
almost
rock.
don't you have to separate the Hungry Man, like just in terms of heating it up, because they all heat at different temperatures. You can't just put the thing in there and heat it up and expect a well-rounded heated meal. You're gonna get ice cold mashed potatoes. You're gonna get the stale but warm Salisbury steak.
Well, see, I get the brownie, so like I have to take the brownie out, or else that gets overcooked, and you can't lose the brownie.
Is
You
that
gotta have
that's the best part?
That's the best thing. I eat that first.
It's the best, man.
You eat that first.
Yeah, I go first, then I go the steak fingers, then I go the mashed potatoes.
Breakfast first. Breakfast
Hey,
first.
shout out to Broadus,
Dessert
by the way,
first.
yesterday. He came through with the Dairy Queen style steak fingers, hit it out of the freaking park, dude. Brian Broadus is like 10 for 10 on the meals this year.
Wow.
His Friday lunch special.
I can't speak from any experience on
which
this.
Peyton doesn't get to experience.
Except the po' boy. I did try the po' boy while you were out.
well, Waltrek, you can't resist a po'
Yeah.
boy. Even if you're drinking your meals on soda,
It's
you're going to pivot
delicious.
to the po' boy from time to time when Broadus makes it. But those steak fingers were spectacular yesterday.
They looked so good. I gained some daddy weight, so I'm trying to drop about 20 more pounds here. So it was very, very hard to stay away from the steak fingers.
I'll never forget gaining more weight than my wife did throughout the entire duration of the first pregnancy we shared.
100%. I don't know why. It's like, oh, you've got pregnancy cravings? Me too, honey.
Yeah. Well, it's like if I'm going to go on a run here to cure your cravings, I'm I'm not just going to show up empty-handed for myself.
Yeah.
Because then all of a sudden I'm going to do the thing that you do to me where you tell me, no, I don't want the thing, and then I order the thing for myself, and now you're eating half the thing.
Well,
I'm not
the
going to
other-
do that to you.
No.
Okay? I'm just going to double up on the milkshakes.
And I've got an issue where, and it's not really an issue, it's her problem, it's not mine, but my wife has celiac, so she's got to go gluten-free.
Dude, when I had celiac that one day,
No.
it sucked.
It's not fun. And so I'll try and sneak in all the gluten prior to getting home. Can't tell you how many things I've eaten in the driveway before walking in.
And then you hide it, like you walk in the house like you're wiping grease off your lips. You're like, no, honey, I didn't eat anything.
I'm like throwing it in the trash, then opening the garage door and
that's a-
driving on in there, man.
No, that grease. you
One
see-
day she caught me. She's like, "Oh, did you go by Culver's? We had that thing over by Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, and we had talked about Culver's. We do that top 10 list, and like Culver's burgers were always popping up.
Wait, yeah, we always say that
So
we've
I
never
tried it. So I tried it, and I had talked about it, and she's like, "Oh, did you go to Culver's?" I'm like, "No, honey, I didn't go to Culver's." She goes and throws some trash out, sees the Culver's bag. She's like, "Oh, you told me you didn't go to Culver's." I outed myself on that, but it was delicious.
Okay, that's why instead of going home and like sitting in the driveway and eating that sandwich that you're going to lie about, you go to the gas station so that you can immediately remove the evidence and then you cruise home. You
That's
know what I mean?
smart.
Wherever the local gas pump is, just pull up there, trash can, bam, and then you're done. You just the thing
That's a
for
pro
me,
move.
the thing that's gotten me though on that, again, I'm serious, it's the grease on the lips. You'll think you covered all your bases. Next thing you know, you're going for the kiss. Hey, mama, good to see you for the first time today. And
They can taste
is that
it.
still grease from lunch? Are you hanging on to grease from lunch here, or did you just sneak attack on a Culver's situation?
Had that happen too. Like, oh, what did you just have something? Did you eat something?
Yeah,
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Is dinner ready?
that beef, dude, it leaves it glistening. It really does.
What do we have tonight? Am I cooking or you? You're cooking, right? Because I really don't
starving,
want to. I can't cook.
I haven't eaten in minutes.
Man, 877-881-1053. We're going to go through and do a Jalen Brunson mean tweets later. Go
We
ahead.
got Bobby on the fan cam.
Send your mean tweets in for Bobby.
Bobby's going, was that 109 on the fan cam?
Oh my gosh, Bobby. And he's filming this. This is reckless as
Brian sent
hell.
him the Zoom link.
Just the whimsical. Life is so flimsy for him. He's filming going 105 just so that he can still be late to work. Like, it's useless now, bro. It's done.
Yeah,
You
just
now
get here when you get here, bro.
Slow play it into school. At this point, you're already late, dude.
We're in our bag right now. We're fine. A lot of good texts coming in. Only one person seems to be upset about this.
About you eating Culver's and lying to your wife?
No, I mean, well,
And
yeah.
being caught red-handed?
Yeah, I mean, he said, good, serves you right. You're an idiot. And you're right. I am an idiot. But the 903 said, I had very low expectations for today's show, and they've already been met. Seems like all the other ones pretty positive. Let's go. 940, man, I used to listen to Nosebleeds every night when I work nights. I love you. 214, just let Bobby stay at home. Nosebleeds with Peyton. Got this all morning long. Hello, boys. Reed here from back in the Nosebleeds days at night. Love you, Reed. You're the man. 972-214. Yay. So happy y'all are on. Been waiting all week. Yeah, we're here. And we're happy to be with you. But I'm not happy to be away. We're going to party until 10 a.m. Stars. They're going to get the win tonight. I don't want any negativity from anybody. What's your prediction? 877-881-1053. Let's talk some sports. What went down in the playoffs last night? How this could impact possible next opponents for your Mavs and Stars. That's next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To be honest, did you get pulled aside and said, hey, you be careful with these guys?
Yeah.
Did the bosses give you a little talking to?
They said keep the right hand on the dump button at all times.
Little dump button.
The thing is, do you
They said
know what
there's no
needs?
safe harbor here.
You know it needs to be dumped because Zero totally did not dump an F-bomb that I said once. And I think Larry might have missed a T word.
Larry missed a T-word situation. Walchuk.
Which I didn't know that I couldn't say at the time, in fairness.
That's actually
That's
a big.
crazy you didn't know that.
It's a big.
Well, it's a part of the body.
It's a big blame Bobby situation there as well. Bobby was texting us a specific T word to say on the air, and we were teasing the T word, and then, but we weren't actually going to say it because obviously I knew that we couldn't say the T word. I guess Walchuk missed that class at UNT that day. He missed "Don't say the T word on the radio" day. And so he went ahead and said nipples. It. And the funniest part was Larry Flores producing the show, Larry D. Flores, where we still wonder what the D stands for. We don't wonder. He pops his head up as he hears Walchuk say the T word. And then I just lay out, and Larry puts his head back down and gets to whatever thing that he was doing that had nothing to do with the show. It was pretty amazing how it all unfolded.
Bobby has said the C word on here that rhymes with truck. Yeah.
Oh, I think you can say that.
Can you though?
What?
Yeah. People talk about the hotel room, the cuckold chair that's in the hotel room.
Okay.
Rather inexplicably.
Yeah, I think you can say that.
We knew somebody that was cuckolded by David Lindhagen.
Yeah, David Lindhagen. Oh my gosh, David Lindhagen. This is David Lindhagen. Hate that guy.
Bobby is. We have him live. He's zooming in. He's streaming live on the fan cam right now.
How long does it take to get here? There's nobody on the road.
Yeah,
I feel like he's just doing circles.
You can.
He's taking 635. He's doing the
He's going the long route.
We have live footage of Bobby shaking at the wheel. You never want your wheel to get the shakes. There, he's going 105, and he's zooming in. So we have real time footage of him being late to work. And he's just a frustrating character, and dealing with him for the next 4 hours. I hope he's on it. Did he bring his medicine so that he doesn't just F with us the whole show?
If he didn't bring the medicine, we're going to be in for, I believe.
Peyton, aren't you supposed to be on medicine duty of making sure Bobby takes his medicine at the time that it's supposed to be taken?
No, that is not my job.
I thought you were asking Peyton if he is on medicine too.
No, Peyton
but a different
medicine.
kind.
Peyton takes 4-hour naps every day. He doesn't need anything else.
I get my 7.5, 8 hours. No, but Bobby, he just gets the energy drink and he's ready to go. I don't think he's been refilled in a while. I think Bobby's calling in right now.
Mustache is looking damn good today, by the way, Peyton.
Oh, it's Corey.
Oh, it's Corey Majors? Oh, hell yeah. Let's get Corey
dude, this
on.
might be Corey live from the elliptical or live
Finally.
on the. He might be doing. It's Friday. That's heavy back squat.
Here's
day
an
in the
actual
Majors
damn
household.
radio host,
Yeah.
Corey Majors on the phone, somebody that can actually be professional.
For the first time, we have a professional on the DNM leasing hotline. It is Corey Majors of the Baseball Show of Record, the KNC Masterpiece. I imagine breaking just a gnarly sweat right now, all lathered up, T levels through the roof. Corey Majors, happy Friday.
Pre-workout is kicking in, boys. Let's
Woo!
get this thing rolling for a good Friday.
Let's go, baby. It's a clinch night, Corey.
Clinch
I'm
night,
clinched.
double clinch weekend, Corey Majors. How's the body feeling?
Ooh, I love clinching, baby. I'm clinching right now. I'm getting ready to go clinch some more.
I know you are. What's the morning schedule like today?
It's all shoulders this morning, so I'm heading into the gym right now over at the Liberty Rec. You know where that is. And I'm going to go lift some weights, take Lucy to school, take Carter to school, take Avery to school, and then be in there to see you boys.
Any cuckolding going on with the Liberty Rec?
What's that?
What?
Corey, we have a double clinch. You're doing the shoulders because you're ready to shoulder the load for the entire DFW fan base. That is the Mavericks and the Stars. And okay,
yep.
All right. A lot of trap work today, doing some shrugs.
A lot of shrugs.
Yep.
Love a good shrug.
A little delt work.
Some arm, some side raises, some bent over raises, some clean and jerk.
Downward dog.
What?
Is that yoga?
Yeah, that's not and I'm not ready to stretch. I got 2 more weeks, and then I'll start stretching.
Okay. Well, you're
All right,
getting
boys,
there.
y'all have a great morning. I'll talk to y'all in just a little bit.
I love you, Corey.
Love you, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Man, his ability not to have to stretch, that's a superpower. To walk in the
feel
gym
like-
and just start getting after it. Like
I-
5:52, if I've even pulled up to the gym at this point, I'm only thinking about the fact that I'm stretching, and we'll see if any real work gets done after that.
I'm going to be very vulnerable. I feel like in 920, we've got an interview with David Hellman. That wasn't my best work, what we just did with Corey. That wasn't a good interview. I asked 2 hardball questions. I didn't really get a response, and now I feel like maybe I'm not doing well.
Well, you asked him to rat out the cuckold situation that's going on at the Liberty Rec
It's
Center
well
in your
known.
hometown of Plano. Like, you think he's gonna just lend voice to that at 5:52 in the morning while he's doing some traps?
I felt like it was what the people wanted.
Okay, do we have the meme from last night of Jamal Murray, Peyton? Did we get that over to the powers that be?
Yes,
Our
it is.
graduate?
Ryan has it.
Okay, Ryan has it, and Ryan, I don't know if you know this, but Walchuk was sort of just throwing your way earlier. He was hopeful that you enjoyed whoever your commencement speaker was at your TCC Community College graduation the other day. He hopes that you weren't offended in any way by someone maybe alluding to the fact that he hopes that you would, be a good father at some point down the line. He hopes you weren't offended by anything like that. But on here, on the fan cam right now, you will see the meme of the night last night, which I've seen. Have you guys seen this throughout the postseason after Jamal Murray has a bad outing? This particular
Honestly,
meme here, have you not seen this?
No, this is a first for me.
This is hilarious. Look at this guy. If you're watching on Twitch and YouTube right now, Jamal Murray not playing his best. The Nuggets looked awful last night. I mean, how many people
they looked
lost
bad.
money? Wasn't the entire planet betting that the Polar Bear MVP, Nikola Jokic and company, were going to go ahead and put the T-Wolves to bed?
Yes.
And we'll see you next year. Like, I think everybody thought that was closeout situation, and this is going to be Nuggets victory. The Timberwolves came out like a bat out of hell.
Dude,
they dominated
you
that game
can't
from start
predict
to
a
finish.
36-year-old Mike Conley game like that.
Mike Conley.
Nobody had that on the bingo card. I wish I had to hit more on Prize Picks.
Yeah, he proved true. 115-70, the T-Wolves extend the series, which is exactly what we wanted. As a Mavs fan, we're looking here going, can we close this out? Let's get some rest. Let's get that to Game 7, and that's exactly what the Timberwolves did. But Jamal Murray, 4 of 18 from the field, 10 points, rather useless, minus 32 in the plus-minus situation, and he gets that meme where it is somebody that looks like a twin of his, just a more European, flamboyant, a little bit more feminine version of him, and it had me rolling last night. Seeing
That is good.
It's his doppelganger. It's his
Or a doppelganger, like Sia would like to say.
Yes, or a little doppelganger situation. It just so happens to be National Pizza Lovers Day. That's good for all of us, as we are all pizza lovers. Walchuk will address that in the top 10 list later on
yes, I
in
will.
the hour. We crank open the 6 a.m. club on a Friday. Will Bobby arrive? Who cares? We get our bodies ready and your body ready for a double clinch weekend here in the Metroplex.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
What up, 6 a.m. Club? Good morning, DFW. It is about that time for a Nosebleed Seats morning show takeover. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. Bobby Belt is on his way in studio. He's late, overslept, alarm didn't take off, or I don't know, something happened there. Maybe he just fell back asleep. Now, he's been on the fan cam. Shout out to Ryan. Gave him the Zoom link, and he's been showing us the speedometer, just how fast he's doing, just trying to get over here.
He's going Paul Skeens levels of speeds.
Yes, he is. He's hitting that 100 miles per hour right now.
His command can't touch Paul's.
No, not at all. The location, it's just off. Eventually, Bobby will walk into the studio. Maybe right now. I saw some movement by the window. Here he is. Oh, my gosh. He's just popped in. He's going to sit down. He's got a satchel that he's putting down on the counter right now. He's coming in for a hug. I'm giving him a hug.
Look at him. He's trying to hug us to make up for the fact.
Let's go. Bobby's
just trolling
here.
and disrespecting on a Friday.
Are you embarrassed?
He should
Yeah,
be.
he's
Bit
embarrassed,
Corey.
Corey.
I think that's a good question.
He's embarrassed. I hope Corey made
Corey-
some cinnamon grits for the fam this morning.
Corey's live from the squat rack right now.
What's
Bobby,
up, my
boys?
What's up, buddy?
Buenos dias.
It's good to see you.
I don't appreciate you saying how long does it take to get in there? They were not opening up my mic when I was on Zoom.
Okay.
So I didn't even know y'all were viewing it at the time. But then I hear you saying, how long does it take to get in here? I want you to know, going Flower Mound to 75 in Fitzhugh in what amounted to 25 minutes is
pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Is it?
That's pretty good.
I've never
and
made
illegal.
And illegal.
Yep.
Typically, how long does it take you if you're not speeding? Like 40?
30.
Okay.
So for me to cut 5 minutes off of a GPS time in a half hour means I'm going pretty fast.
It's impressive.
I aim for 6 minutes an hour, typically, whenever I'm traveling anywhere. I want to cut a minute every 6 off.
A minute
So
every
that's
6.
the goal.
A minute
the
every
fact that
6.
I got 5 in 30 minutes means
That's
I was
good.
screaming.
Look at you with your Keller hat on. I'm repping the Keller softball shirt that you gave
That's
me.
a great shirt.
It
Yeah,
is.
shout out to Mike Eggleton who gave it. Gave
Keller
it to us.
softball. Let's go.
I'm wearing mine underneath mine right now. I'm actually wearing the exact same clothes I wore during our show yesterday.
I could tell. I wasn't going to out you on that.
You can out me on that. I mean, what am I going to do? Shower and put clothes on just so Bobby can show up late to work and disrespect me?
didn't have time.
Toss me a Pop-Tart. Last night he said, good night, sweetheart. I'll hit you with a steak, egg, and cheese bagel from Mickey D's in the morning. Get your body ready. Get you just that's going to backfire
Is that my
anyways.
punishment?
But
is that going to be my punishment? Too? That was literally, I have no idea how long it's been in my bag. I just felt that Pop-Tart was
an
in
old
there.
Pop-Tart. After what
Yeah.
Jerry Seinfeld did with that show on Netflix that he just put up about the Pop-Tart, I have no interest in eating one for the rest of time. They've lost their flavor in my mind. That movie sucked so bad. But I'm glad you didn't get pulled over and detained and in trouble in your vehicle hitting warp speeds, Bobby, the same way Scotty Scheffler just did.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand the situation here. Breaking news. You have Scotty Scheffler being detained for an incident not involving an accident.
Yeah, so I'm seeing reports now. Jeff Darlington of ESPN, who is actually on live right now, breaking news: world #1 golfer Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police in handcuffs after a misunderstanding with traffic flow led to his attempt to drive past a police officer into Valhalla Golf Club. The police officer attempted to attach himself to Scheffler's car. Scheffler then stopped his vehicle at the entrance to Valhalla. The police officer then began to scream at Scheffler to get out of the car. When Scheffler exited the vehicle, the officer shoved Scheffler against the car and immediately placed him in handcuffs. He is now being detained in the back of a police car. Second round has been delayed due to this accident that's near the golf course, and Scheffler apparently not involved in this accident. He's trying to just get through. Officer's like, no, jumps on the car, and afterwards went full on, hey, you're not doing this. You're not abiding by my rules.
See, and it turns out I don't have the worst I was late to work story today. Like, he can't, if he was zooming from the back of the car, you'd see like a cage because he's literally being detained in the back of a police vehicle right now.
Yeah, and
goodness gracious!
You're fortunate that didn't happen to you this morning here, Bobby. But with the Scheffler deal, I mean, has it ever worked out for the guy in this instance, the police officer who's attaching his person to a moving car?
Was he who has it worked out for? Has it worked out for the officer?
Has it ever worked out for anyone when you grab onto a car that's moving here? Why would you do that? While you're standing next to the window of a car and the person starts to drive, you putting your hands on that car and like hanging on for dear life for a second is useless.
This is insane
and dangerous.
It may be in
and
theory,
it's going to tick you off to a point where you yank the person out of the car and you want to maybe cuff up my PGA champion.
Maybe if you're mad enough, you think to yourself, if I attach myself to this car, he is either going to stop the vehicle and get out, or he's going to keep going. And just now by attaching myself to the vehicle, I really get to go off on him the way that I want to, because he has escalated the crime now.
Yeah, like now
Like it may be a power play.
Well, it is. It's a dangerous game that you're playing there as the police officer. I would say putting your hands on the moving vehicle, but then him stopping. Now you have the angry police officer, and geez, dude, what a way to start off the morning here as he's just trying to get ready for round number 2 in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah, so I mean, Jeff Darlington was there to witness it. I think Bob was choosing, who's also a friend of the station, has done an excellent job calling hockey, and he calls the New York Jets games as well on ESPN. Darlington said, according to the police officer, he puts Scheffler into handcuffs, placed him in the back of the car, so there's nothing you can do. He's going to jail. So this could not be good for Scotty Scheffler.
Well, it also doesn't work out for you usually when you're standing there having, I guess, a face-to-face window conversation with a police officer, and then you just kind of zoom off.
Yeah, police officer says stop. You need to listen to the police officer.
Yeah, and who knows, trying to maneuver an accident. Apparently, there's like an accident, near the course, and so he's just trying to get around it. Is Scotty? But obviously, you're gonna have to sit there and wait until you're told you can do so. Oh man.
This is wild. Developing story right now. It's kind of taken over the sports world as the world #1 golfer, Pride of Highland Park.
Yeah, it's not a bad theory here from Tyler Deary, one of our dear listeners. Says, what if this cop has money against Scotty in the golf tournament this weekend?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I would imagine that is absolutely on the table here. If he's going to actually be taken in, I don't know how quickly you get in and out of a situation like this.
So yeah, you got some sort of a parlay on the Timberwolves and the Scotty Scheffler this weekend or something like that. You're maybe or against somebody you're worried about Scotty Scheffler ruining. You had him not even making the cut this weekend or something.
A couple of good texts. 972. I think the cop might be a fan of Live Golf. He got texted in, and then somebody else put on social media that he literally has to be arrested to be stopped from winning a PGA Tour event.
That's right.
I mean, he's been on such a heater right now.
He absolutely has.
But yeah, I mean, Scotty certainly in the wrong, it seems, in this situation.
Yeah, you can't speed off from a cop here. I mean,
maybe this ends up getting smoothed over, or maybe he does end up going to jail here, and he is not able to play here in the second round. We'll have to see what the PGA decides to do moving forward.
I feel like police officers generally don't play with the idea of, hey, we told you to stop, you didn't, and then I attached myself to your car and you kept going. Like, I feel like that's generally not well accepted.
In 817, I'm not making any accusation that Scotty's going to jail. I read the quote verbatim from the police officer. So I'm not being an effing idiot. Maybe you should open your ears and listen to what came out of my mouth, 817.
It's early, dude.
The police are on their way, mofos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's going to jail or not. But that's what the quote was from the police officer as he handcuffed Scotty Scheffler and took him to the back of the police car.
I do think, though, this is why when you're like a Scotty Scheffler and you are in the midst of extreme competition and you are a professional competitor, you're a champion. You need to be driven. Mm-hmm. Someone needs to be driving you.
Literally, you need to be driven in the backseat of a car to county jail or whatever.
See, I mean, exactly. I mean, you get in the backseat of a car that is not a police car and just get there okay, or a competitive guy anxious at the wheel, ready to go get his practice swings in early in the morning, feeling like, hey, I'm better than whoever is detaining or blocking off the street right now. I can just drive around it.
You know how
you have somebody smarter than that.
You know how the suggestion has been for years that the Joker character, like playing the Joker character, caused you to lose your mind a little bit. Mm-hmm. Like they said about Jack Nicholson. They said it about before Heath Ledger passed away.
Jack warned Heath.
Yeah, that he had kind of gotten his head a little bit. What if the Green Jacket does this?
Oh, no.
Are you pulling Tiger now?
I mean, think about Tiger. I don't really have any other examples, but
really, because you're such a golf guy.
No, I'm a natural. I'm not a golf guy. Like, I'm the guy who, like...
So you think you can show up to the Masters? Green Jacket's yours, baby.
I'm the one
the Bobby Belt Masters dinner. What's on that
I'm
menu?
The one who sits down at Super Bowl Radio Row with you guys, the former Hall of Famer, and like, hey, what did you think about this? And the guy's like, I don't really watch football. He's like, yeah, I was never really a fan of it. I was good at it. Same sort of thing. Like, I know my way around a dimpled orb, no doubt about it. and I know how to, work those greens and everything else or whatever we say in golf. But yeah, I don't actually know how to analyze it. I just know how to put it in the hole, baby.
Yeah, and that's usually how the best athletes
Well, that's true.
are.
You got 3 kids.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Look, I mean,
Actually,
it's something.
Maybe there's more that we don't even know about, Bob.
I mean, look, I come from a family of 9 children.
Very fertile.
That's what I'm saying. They swim.
214. Scotty doesn't know.
That is a
that you're
good.
supposed to stop.
Scotty doesn't know.
Good line,
That's what you want to
214.
end me. Yes, it is. That is a great line. Okay, 877-881-1053. When we get more information on what's going on with Scotty Scheffler, we'll certainly pass that on. Very fluid situation.
432, by
got?
the way. I'm a 24-year-old police officer. You don't ever attach yourself to a vehicle that will drive off. Definitely a poor decision.
Yeah, it was definitely a poor decision. No question about that. So, I mean, look.
You don't have to go to the police academy to learn. Don't grab onto the moving car.
An officer says jump, I'm going to say how high. I'm looking to try and do everything I can to stay in your good graces, sir.
I wonder how innocent this actually is of like a potential miscommunication thing that is obviously just blown up, or if this was a little bit more intentional, where Scotty's like, "Hey, kind of bleep this, dude. I got places to be. I'm not here to listen to whatever it is you're trying to tell me."
Is it
right
like
now.
does he think like, okay, this is now clearly I don't know. Does he think like, okay, this is typical? Blocking off of the roads heading into a PGA tournament event or whatever else, and I'm supposed to go around this because I'm not in the flow of traffic. And so he thinks he just needs to go around. And the reality, it's, no, this is a car accident that they've got cops for, and that's why there's a slowdown. You can't just blow through here. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but I mean, Jeff Darlington looks like he's working the hell out of his cell phone right now and texting with somebody to figure out details. But I mean, that's quite a ballsy move still to just say, I'm just going to go around. Even though the cops are saying stop, I'm just going to go around.
It is. It absolutely is. Now, I guess we need to address the elephant in the room, and that is we're going to be clinching postseason victories and series. I mean, we got 2 big doggies here, and we're feeling great about both of them, right?
I'm feeling great about the Stars tonight. I think this series is over. I think they're going to go to Colorado. They're going to take care of business. They're going to move to 5-1 on the road. You get the bounce back game from Otter. I think the penalty kill is able to do what they were doing from games 2 through 4. Look, I mean, 2 for 2. Colorado cashed in on the power play in a big way. You had some turnovers. You had some lapses. I think, are we going to be celebrating? Are the Dallas Stars going to the Western Conference Finals for the 2nd year in a row after tonight?
Let's go Stars, baby!
Say yes.
Is this? I'm curious. Is this bad form though? Because don't you only break out Club Mavs or Club Stars when it has happened? You don't ever preview play the song, isn't that? Aren't you risking jinx?
It's
We're just
risking
having fun, Bobby.
It's risking jinx, but we're having some fun. This is a specialty. It's nosebleed seats in the morning. We haven't really gotten to break into some nosebleed seats mode in a while. We get a lot of requests for this.
As you can tell, we haven't unchained the velvet ropes here. It's not like we've opened the club officially. You're
just getting a pounding pulse going to the streets so that they hear it and an energy builds and people get in line.
Exactly. We're just laddering up the fan base for what is going to be an epic Stars extravaganza tonight. And how blessed are we that the Mavs get 2 days of rest between a very important game here, so Luka can heal and we don't have to do the double screen trying to watch both games, juggling late into the nights. This is beautiful. I can just sit here and watch one game. I miss the days where I could just watch one freaking game at a time, especially a high-stakes important game.
That's true, but
well said, Peyton.
I'm going to ask a genuine question because this is something that was asked after the Clippers series and some other things. Is that with Luka's knee? Is that and Eric, you've had knee injuries playing on the field before.
You've made that very evident on the internet.
Yeah.
Thank you for recirculating my low moments.
What I'm curious about is with that particular injury, because they say you need however long to recover from the sprained knee. Like, it's just one of those things where it's not going to be healed until we're done and he can fully rest it. Would he rather play with the day off? Like, does that keep once he's hit a point where he's like loose and a little more comfortable like playing with it, does he worry about it like stiffening up if he's got 2 days of rest for it? Like, I'm genuinely curious if there's any sort of, because I know with some other injuries they've said like the longer you sit on it and then you come back in, it can be like it can tighten up on you.
It's a good question.
Yeah, I've always just assumed the more time off is good here. Typically, but I don't know. This whole Luka injury situation's been ridiculous to me. I don't understand how he can look as injured as he has throughout the course of the series and then show up the other night looking like a completely different human being.
Maybe Mikey was onto something. Maybe he did get a little shot ski.
You're saying the cortisol?
Or cortisone? Is it cortisone?
Cortisone?
Is that the word we're looking for? Cortisone?
I mean, why isn't it just maybe you can do some recon on this. We tried to get Broadus to do it yesterday.
Mhm.
Like, we know how prevalent Toradol is in the National Football League.
That was my joke yesterday.
Does basketball Toradol?
I don't
Or
know.
is that just a football thing?
I don't know. I will. I'll find out. I'll text KG and we'll get the answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
let's figure that out. 877-881-1053, your Mavs, your Stars predictions over the weekend. What are our headlines going to be looking like when we come in on Monday morning? I'm thinking Western Conference Finals for both teams. How sweet it will be in DFW. Let's go around the NFL. Coming up on the other side, one team very unhappy with their schedule, the Taylor Swift factor, and a Butker update. That's next on The Fan.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? Go back and listen.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, things are moving very quickly here on a Friday morning. Walchuk's about to give us a Scotty Scheffler update. We have an Around the NFL that needs to be addressed. I'm hearing that RJ Choppy's voice will be heard at some point
8 a.m.
during this program. 8 a.m.
8 a.m. He is off to Mexico, and yet before he left, he said, "Look, the Rangers have had some trouble. They've been in a slump. I need to break them out of it, and I'm going to do just that before I leave." So
Let's go.
Even though he's no longer here, he did leave a little message for the Rangers and a message for the Tolos. So we have an RJ Chompy.
An RJ Choppy?
Dang it, now I'm doing RJ Choppy slump buster song for the Rangers coming up during the 8 o'clock segment.
The slump busting king.
I love this. I mean,
Gaylord
this might be a
Choppy.
little bit arrogant to say. I'm just happy Bobby's not going mute on me for 3 hours like he did the last time we worked together.
Draft day reference. That's good. Shout out to the 817 ER doctor here, working events at the AAC, Mavs and Stars included, and Toradol is used. Keep in mind, it's an anti-inflammation medication, not a narcotic. It's basically ibuprofen in shot form. It numbs your body for about 48 hours.
And it like reduces the inflammation, obviously. But I mean, it. So what it'll do too is it's the.
Isn't that what I said? Yeah.
No, I'm just saying it's not.
We know this, Bob.
I'm not saying it's not
We
numbing.
use this every day.
I'm not saying.
I hear you.
Look, I know it's arrogant of me, but look, here's the thing: is that Toradol. I know one of the concerns with this is just long-term use, and the way it gets used in athletics. That's the problem. Is that it's not. For instance, ibuprofen, like it's mentioned there, ibuprofen is something that's fine to take from time to time. Consistent use of ibuprofen will cause problems. And so I remember there was, I don't know if it was Toradol or something else, but there was years ago a guy coming out in the draft, and I don't think I can say who, but there's a guy coming out in the draft who was considered 4th or 5th round eligible and went undrafted. And I knew the agent, and I was talking to him, I was like, why hasn't he gone yet? He's like, I don't know. We can't figure it out. So I reached out to him. The guy ended up here in Dallas as an undrafted free agent.
Oh.
So I reached out to somebody who was like, hey, what's the deal here? And they sent me back a picture that showed, and it wasn't here in Dallas, it was another team, that his name was in red. And he had been flagged medically because of the painkiller shots the school was giving him throughout his college career.
No.
And NFL teams were like, too much. That's too much.
Wow.
Can't be overloading on
Is
that
he still on
kind
the
of stuff.
team?
The Cowboys? No.
Okay. I'm going to find out who this is.
I'll text you
He's
the
still
name.
with us, though.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's
It
not
wasn't
like
that
you're-
many shots.
Okay. What's our Scotty Scheffler update?
Okay, so and there's a lot of different stuff coming out. I did see, somebody texted in, and I did see a text from one report that he's been released, but that report has since been taken off of X, formerly known as Twitter. So I don't know. I don't know if Scotty has been released or not yet. But Jeff Darlington has been reporting on this. Randy Scott from ESPN. The latest thing, as I mentioned, Jeff Darlington said police told Scheffler to stop. He didn't. The officer pulled him out of the car, handcuffs him to make it clear Scheffler not involved in the wreck. But the latest thing here is indeed that when he tries to get around the cone, police told him to stop. They had no idea who Scotty Scheffler was. They arrest him, and they look over and say, who is it that we just arrested?
What?
Yeah. And that, I mean, hey, maybe not everybody knows who Scotty Scheffler
See,
is.
this is like, I know clearly the name. If you had Scotty Scheffler standing directly in front of me without the green jacket, I'd say, I don't know. And I mean, even if you had him standing in front of me with the green jacket, I might be like,
who is this?
Bernhard Langer? I don't know. Isn't that a guy who won the Masters at some point?
You're a bleep hole.
I'm saying, like,
DFW legend Scotty Scheffler, you're gonna disrespect him
yesterday.
like that.
Yesterday, Choppy
Show up
read some
late to
name.
work and then disrespect my champion.
Yeah, I know. I do have to have some sort of retribution. I don't know what it is. I've got to have some sort of penance.
Yeah, 877-881-1053. How should Bobby be punished for being
Before we're off the air today, because it was something
Being
to
late
you guys.
today.
So if I get punished Monday, that's no penance for y'all, and y'all sitting here on the show. So we got to come up with something before 10 o'clock. But Choppy was reading off names yesterday, or he said a name of a golfer. I was like, I don't know who that is. You're making a reference to a name, and I didn't know he was talking about golf. He's
VJ
like,
Singh?
you know who? No, it was
VJ.
Dustin. No, he said Dustin Johnson. Like, and I knew it only then because I was like, that sounds like a country singer.
Paulina Gretzky's.
So
Yeah.
that's what he said. He's like, you know her. He's with Paulina Gretzky or whatever.
The great
I was like,
one.
If you say so, yeah.
Okay,
what she calls him.
Let's do some around the NFL. We got some good NFL news going on today. Shout out to Justin Simmons, the former safety of the Denver Broncos. He is now signing with the LA Chargers. This is pretty fascinating, though. And Bob, I know you put this in your email as well. I kind of saw people discussing, like, did the NFL take Taylor Swift into consideration when they made their 2024 NFL schedule?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, they actually did.
They did. And we had the director of NFL broadcasting for the NFL go on Up and Adams, Kay Adams' show, Charlotte Carey. Kay asked her, here's what Charlotte said.
Charlotte's a big Swiftie.
The theory, Charlotte, going around about the Chiefs schedule. Defending champs, they play in Buffalo on November 17th, same weekend that Taylor Swift is performing in nearby Toronto. You tell me. Some fans think this was intentional. Are you saying it was a coincidence?
I'll let you decide, Kay.
I mean, I always found it interesting between you and Mike, even back at Good Morning Football, when you guys would talk about how much world tours and musical acts and things, like if Billy Joel was playing, like it would be tough to, like, what was there something that was a wrench in the schedule in that world?
You know what? There are a lot of, there are tours and things as there are every year, and it always gets harder and harder and more things happen. Taylor actually is coming back to the U.S. and during our football season and has a couple of blocks in there too. But, I think that we've gotten to the point with, our technology partners and whatnot, where we are able to work around of a lot of these blocks. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we still need to be able to play football in all the weeks that we actually need to be home and play football.
Yeah.
But there wasn't one tour that came through that was, completely egregious and really, set us kind of on our seats there. But no, Taylor's definitely a factor this year also.
So I get it. Like, I mean, when you see the headline, Taylor Swift caused them to change their or affect their schedule, you have people who see that headline naturally and may think, oh, it's because Travis Kelce needs to be with her, so we got to schedule the bye week when the concert will be over here. So, like, I think when people see that headline, they think something like that. But it does make sense ultimately that you say that's a big enough star that you have to have some sort of deference or some sort of working together of figuring out how do we make sure that that stadium, which may be hosting the concert, we don't book a game there that day because she's not rescheduling. She's not moving away from that stadium. That stadium can't lose that revenue, or that city can't lose that revenue, or whatever else. So I get it, at least. I mean, I understand why you have to do it, as long as it's just not a Taylor Swift thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would hate that if normally they would blow off Beyonce, or they would blow off whoever is another megastar, Morgan Wallen, whoever. But, like, if they took it into a factor this year, because it's like, well, come on, she's like kind of a partner of ours, and we like her. We don't want to have her reschedule it, which they're not doing. I'm just saying that is the only thing that would cause me to be upset by this.
I mean, she's a needle mover. I felt like this was because they're trying to make sure she's available for every possible opportunity to make an appearance live during whatever game Travis Kelce's playing in, and so that they can flash her on the camera, and all of a sudden now here's more eyeballs, I guess.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any secret as to why they put the Chiefs on Christmas Day on that the first ever Netflix game, right?
Yep.
Because
they're good.
If she's there, well, they're good. But if she's there,
does help. Yes,
they won't fall down 48-16 to a 500 Packers team.
Any eyeballs that you can get on the sport that might not be watching otherwise, and that might watch just to get a glimpse of Taylor, that's a good thing for the league.
They're trying to make the impact to those streaming networks to prove, like, yes, you do want to pay a bunch of money 100%. For us to air your game. Peacock, hey, yes, you know what we're going to do, Peacock? We're going to give you Mahomes, and we're going to give you Taylor Swift for your first ever playoff Peacock game, and that's going to bring more eyeballs, more subscribers. They're trying to do the same thing with the Netflix here.
We've talked about this before. I don't know if y'all touched on G-Bag, but obviously they've done some different things with the NFL schedule. Are you guys interested in the angle of how the NFL is now seemingly blowing off the fact that, oh yeah, that's also the day that college football is playing a major game? Well, too bad. We're scheduling. You're going directly up against us. Or, oh yeah, we've typically respected Friday night for the amateurs and it being high school football for a lot of people in a lot of states. Too bad. We're playing Friday night, opening weekend. We're going to be on Friday night, and you're going to have to make a decision. It's interesting that there seems to be a little bit of, I don't know, it feels like they're challenging powers that they haven't in the past with their schedule making. But they're not going to include Taylor Swift in that.
No, they're not. Now, it is interesting that you bring that up because Albert Breer was talking about that college football crossover. My understanding, he said, is the NFL was in contact with college football power brokers on conflicts between its schedule and the college football playoff. The reason they put 2 games and not 3 and left the primetime window open on December 21st was in deference to college football, apparently.
I do think that's funny, though. Like the idea of we could have made it.
We could have, yeah, right. Like we're just flexing on you.
Yeah,
we could have done this.
Take your beating. I'm not killing you. Just take your lesson here. You know, that kind of thing. I do wonder if it's just a function of it's NIL now, and they don't view them as amateurs anymore. It's like, no, you're pro, so you're going to play by pro rules. We're not showing deference to amateurs, or we'll show deference to amateurs. We're not showing deference to what has become a professional organization.
No deference. Yeah, and the other thing that I saw, regarding some of the scheduling stuff and the broadcast information with Tom Brady, because Brady's trying to own the Raiders or have partial ownership. Apparently, if he did, I don't know that he's able to broadcast every game. I think there's a conflict of interest, according to some NFL executives. Right now, Hans Schroeder, who's the media distribution vice president of the NFL.
Yeah, he's somebody on the golf leaderboard right now, too,
Hans,
right?
Yeah.
Hans
he said
Schroeder.
right now, Tom, not an owner of the Raiders, and we go into the year, Tom's able to call any game on the schedule. But I guess once he gets approved and is able to become owner of the Raiders, or part owner, then maybe he can't do Raider games. Maybe he can't do AFC West games. That's going to be kind of an interesting dance to navigate if you're Fox.
Yeah, I don't even understand why it would matter that much.
I don't either. Like a
you have
conflict of interest in
we
talking about
bias, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have like Mike Breen, the voice of the Knicks, calling Knicks games for the national side of things, during the playoffs.
Like, what are we going to say? Well, Brady can't call Bucks games, and you can't call Patriots games either, and you can't call games within their division, obviously. So no AFC West, no AFC East, no NFC South. Like, do they believe he's going to influence the game with his calls? Like, well, that could affect the outcome of the game, so he can't call Raiders games.
Don't ever underestimate the GOAT, though. You know what I'm saying? If anybody could do it, Brady could.
That's true. That is true.
That's very, very true.
And what he can't do, Antonio Brown will.
Absolutely. That's the +1 right there. Did you guys hear Rams coach Sean McVay with his NFL trivia and their schedule release?
Yeah. I don't know. I do.
Didn't like it?
It's not that I didn't like it. I like him. You know how I feel about him, but it seems like it's getting to. We understand. You can recall things.
You know who doesn't like him?
We're trying to just pull this out. I mean, how do we know that you didn't go in the production meeting and lay out all the plays that we were going to do here? Like, you're just pulling out from 4 years ago a random 1st and 5 play, and you're going to just rattle it off like it's nothing.
That annoys some people in the NFL too.
Does it?
Like the idea, because to them they're like, yeah, dude, we can all do that. Like, we all, like, this is
They've
our,
all got that
like they've all got that it's all their obsession and their life and their recall and everything else. And to them, there's like, it's like when people started getting frustrated with Romo at first with his calls, where a lot of the announcers are like, yeah, okay, we studied it too, we can do it, we're just not like tipping plays. And so just relax a little bit. I do think it's oversold. Like when they're like, wow, look, Sean McVay just gave a full scouting report of a team's defense. And basically what he says is like, yeah, he got, whoever it is. Let's say they're playing the Cowboys. Oso Digizua, really high motor, really love what he brings. Mozzie Smith, obviously a first-round pick. It's like, okay, you're reading biographical details.
I actually think we have the early makings here of Bobby doing a pretty halfway decent limited fake Sean McVay.
No, honestly, about 45 minutes ago when I first woke up, it would have been even better because then I would have had the rasp in my throat. But in order, you got to hear Jane's impression of him, because Jane is not a fan and has come on our airwaves and mentioned how she's not a fan and why she's not a fan. Yeah, Jane's not a fan of Sean McVay.
Wow,
sounds like she's a big fan of the airwaves, though.
No, she told us, said that it was at Combine and she was just standing next to him, like during a drill or something. And
she did tell me this story.
And
it was a little bit disrespectful.
Her impression of McVay is funny, but he was like, excuse me, Jane, if you could just stand over there. I don't want people to have the wrong idea between us.
This is Sean Sharif McVay.
That's a little more. It's a little more like kind of cowardly
Hey, get Jane to call in. Get Jane to call in as limited McVay. Fake McVay if she's open to it. That would be fantastic.
I'll reach out to her.
I'm here for all the Sean McVay recall, by the way. I loved it, and I thought he's he's going to crush it whenever he does decide to retire and be an analyst.
He
but
will be great at that.
I get it. I mean, there's no way to prove that he wasn't kind of pre-planned on these questions.
It's a Friday morning here on Sean and RJ. Sean and Choppy are out until Monday. Bobby Belt's in the building, though late. He did arrive, and we appreciate that. It's Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation. We get the Woolly Bully Top 10 list of the day. It's National Pizza Lovers Day. 877-881-1053. What are the most popular pizza toppings in America? What's your ideal pie? And a Scheffler update, all for you next year on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Appreciate you rocking with us here in the 6 a.m. Club. Nosebleed Seats, Takeover, Wolchuk, Chiafalo. We do have Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell as RJ on his way to Mexico. Sean, of course, still on maternity leave after the birth of his beautiful baby girl.
Paternity leave, just for the record.
I've had to get used to, like, I'm going to be on paternity leave next week for a week.
Yeah, he's going full go bear.
Full go bear. We do have an update on Scotty Scheffler. If you're just you maybe getting in the car, just getting ready for work, 877-881-1053. Still looking for a good punishment for Bobby for being late to work.
I like the idea of the bomb sauce.
We don't have it anymore.
As eye drops. We don't have it anymore?
No, we don't. Somebody did say have him do one of the one chip challenge or something like that, and then do it and have to do below the belt.
Oh, dude, we do have I think we have the gummy bear.
Oh my gosh, we got the gummy bear.
I think we got the gummy bear.
What is it? I just want to warn you.
A little nitro gummy. That was the worst payoff I ever had to do. This is where I was sweating out of every spot in my body. It was maybe the worst pain. I thought I swallowed a lit match. It was like my skin was.
Was it worse than the bomb?
Had that? Yeah, it was worse than.
It's worse than the bomb.
It was worse than the bomb.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good idea.
I vote no. I vote no for that.
You vote no for that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I vote no. That just doesn't sound very.
All right. Well,
funny
right now we might have to do that unless we get something better. So we're just going to keep that on the side. I know you don't want to do that. I hear you, Bobby. I know, but
I'm not supposed to want to do it, but
that's part of the deal. Nitro gummy, please, from the 903. So we'll see. Here is the update though from Jeff Darlington, who was there courtesy of ESPN. He watched, he witnessed everything that went down with Scotty Scheffler earlier. Here's what he had to say regarding the arrest.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scotty Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scotty Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the #1 player in the world.
Now, more information.
What an ego check.
Yeah, but
I don't know you.
I can kind
I
of.
think you hit him with the "Do you know who I am?"
Do you know who I am? I'm Scotty bleeping Scheffler.
At some
I
point,
just won the Masters.
when the handcuffs are coming on, and now you're in fight or flight, desperation, Hail Mary mode, I think you absolutely throw that out.
Yeah,
you probably would.
And
I mean,
then
he threw out,
unfortunately,
like puppy dog, like eyes full of tears, looking at Jeff Darlington and saying, "Please help me." Like, yeah, I imagine you throw out, "Do you know who I am?"
So Peter Burns of ESPN reported that en route to the course, an officer told his vehicle that there was a fatality involving a bus, and then someone tried to run over one of our cops. When he followed up of a person in question was taken off, he responded, "That person is going to jail." Now, I don't know if he is talking about Scotty, but I can kind of understand the police officers in the situation being a little bit on edge, considering there was a fatality in the situation in the wreck. I mean, this is a very fluid situation. There's a lot more information coming out. But
look at Ryan with the fan cam video of the police footage.
Yeah, Ryan's crushing it, but Scotty, clearly not knowing what the situation was, tries to scoop around this cone. Police officer says no. They're trying to do their due diligence and do their job, but man, just a crazy, bizarre situation at Valhalla.
That is Scotty. That's Scotty in handcuffs getting walked away on that video, it looks like.
How would you know? You don't even know what he looks like.
I just assume it's somebody in handcuffs.
It is. That's Scotty.
He has a green jacket and he's crying.
Scotty doesn't
have
know.
his green jacket on. Even though I do think if you got the green jacket, why wouldn't you be wearing that thing at all? I mean,
Yeah.
He has an Inwood Tavern hat on, I think. So
he does. He's a local
He did go party at
legend.
Inward Tavern. He sure did. Apparently, there is also bad weather involved, of course. Another reason why the tournament is delayed. ESPN reporting it could be starting in under an hour or so. We'll see. We'll continue to give you more information as it comes out regarding Scotty Scheffler and what is going on with him being detained and right now arrested at Valhalla Golf Club. But it is National Pizza Lovers Day, 877-881-1053. We've got America's top 10 most popular pizza toppings. What is your ideal pie? Fellas, I got to say, we already got one text in, and I know this is controversial in the 6 a.m. club. 817 pepperoni, pineapple, jalapeno, life-changing. And I agree. I think that is a trio unlike any other. I'm a big fan.
I mean, I like pineapple on certain pizzas as like a Hawaiian pizza that's thin crust. Like it's a niche pizza to me.
Disgusting.
It's not. Shut up, Peyton. It's not like a standard or a default or anything else. But I do think it's a nice change up.
It is.
And
the sweet, salty, spicy combo. Like and I think personally the pepperoni and the pineapple goes much better than the ham and the pineapple.
See, and that's 100% factual. I think the pineapple thing gets a huge bad rap because the one most synonymous pizza with the pineapple is the Hawaiian with the Canadian bacon, which is it's just sweet with sweet.
Mm-hmm.
You need some of that. You need some of that spice. You need some of that more salt situation to pair with the sweetness. So I think adding the jalapeno with the spice factor with the pepperoni, and I'm talking like a 5-to-1 pepperoni to pineapple ratio here. I'm
That's
talking
a little
about like
much.
sneak in a little pineapple at the front, a pineapple in the back. Everything else in between, just pepperoni me.
I'm glad you've come on board with this because I know, like, you talk about pineapple on pizza. A lot of people are like Peyton. It's disgusting. Italians, I know, are just going to probably want to slap you in the face.
No, that's it.
But I've become a
neck out
pineapple
there.
on pizza advocate.
I'm less of an advocate than you are, but I have started to move in that direction. In time and place, and
It has its place.
It does.
Pepperoni, not
all the time. Sometimes I'm like, no, I'm not really feeling it. But I do love some pineapple on pizza. And a lot of people that I've been friends with, I've ordered it. You know, we're hanging out.
You've
we're watching
converted.
some of the games, and they're like, dude, what are you doing? You're ruining this pizza. I'm like, just try a slice. Okay, it's not that bad. I'm like, I told you.
It's good. Yeah, it's the sweet and savory thing. And you look again. Typically, even when I order one, if there's a group, I'm definitely ordering another pizza because I also don't know. I might take a bite of it and go like, I'm not feeling it today. But typically,
for sure. Yeah, if you're doing a pizza party, that's like one of your 10 different boxes of pizzas. That's not going to be the theme of the night as we all had pineapple on our pizza.
I'm typically just
it's a pineapple party.
It's just straight.
Whoa.
It's just straight pepperoni. That's what it is for me.
Yeah, I think pepperoni
straight
is
pepperoni, and
the
then
best.
with any pizza I'm eating, you've got to have the Parmesan packets and tip some of that all over the.
Hey, I got respect for that. I got respect for the crushed red pepper too.
Ooh, the crushed
You know what I
pepper
mean?
is good.
Yes.
I'm with you on that. The other one that I've liked the combination. I had this over, I think, at Derek Holland one night. I went over there to watch it fight. He ordered this, but the sausage and the banana pepper combo.
So, okay, the banana
It's actually
pepper.
pretty solid.
See, the banana pepper is something that I feature in my sandwiches.
Yeah.
But
I've never had it on pizza, but it was actually a nice change up.
I'd be here for that.
Pretty good.
Daniel and Forney from the 469 says, Nosebleeds and Bobby, can I get a shout out to my daughter Charlotte? We're waiting for school to open and listening, and she says her favorite topping is pepperoni and cheese. For him, it's bacon and pineapple.
It's classic. Oh, bacon and pineapple is good too.
Is that Daniel and Forney?
Yes.
We love you,
Toloing
Daniel.
his rear end off right now.
He
with
said
dogs.
he signed it Toloing and Bleeding. That's what he
Toloing
said.
and bleeding. That's
Nice
our guy.
word.
That is our guy right there. 817. Hey guys, bar in New Haven, Connecticut. Mashed potato and bacon, white sauce. It's legit. Just had it this weekend. Now, New Haven is considered to be like the pizza capital of America.
Yes.
That's where, is it Don Pepe's? That's where, who
Sure.
was it? Barstool Presidente, Dave Portnoy. He went and gave his highest rated pizza review. I think it's Don Pepe's.
Don Pepe's. Yeah, sure. I mean, you could tell me that was the guy who's
I can tell you that's Scotty
currently
Scheffler.
shooting fourth in
Yeah.
the tournament right now, or you could tell me that's the top rated pizza. I wouldn't know.
Peyton, your favorite pizza, and why is it pineapple?
It's not pineapple. Don't put fruit on my pizza. Don't ever do that.
Do they do Hungry Man pizzas?
Better watch what you say.
I don't think they do that. No, it's just steak fingers. And the sloppy
Salisbury.
joes too. Yeah, that's right. No, I got to go one meat, one veggie. So I go pepperoni and mushroom.
Okay.
I don't hate that at all.
I'm not going to hate it either.
If I was doing for a while, I was doing the chicken pepperoni and
Chicken's been really good. Chicken with a white
mushroom.
sauce.
Yeah, with the white sauce. That's the other thing too.
Dude, the
white sauce pizza.
We had that one in Oxnard. What's the spot we go to?
Toppers.
Dude,
Yeah.
that white pizza
It's
was
the real
so
deal.
damn
Fitting name
good.
for some folks at that restaurant.
Sorry?
Nothing.
Margarita pizza. There's a lot pepperoni pizza Reaper Roulette being texted in. A lot of pepperoni love. People are actually not blasting the pineapple. I'm surprised. Now, K214, pineapple does not belong on pizza. I expected some pushback, and that's fair. If it's not your thing, I'm not going to hate you. Chicken bacon with Alfredo. We got a lot of sausage love. Meat lovers. Sardines and pepperoni. See, I can't do the sardines. My dad loves the sardines. I don't know what it is. It's just like, ooh, I can't do it. Here is the honorable mention. Top 10 most popular toppings. You do have pesto. So I don't really do a lot of pesto pizzas, but people do love their pesto.
Pesto chicken's good.
Ham is an honorable mention, and spinach is an honorable mention. Most popular toppings in the US of A. Number 10 is pineapple. 9 is chicken. 8 is black olives.
No.
Can't do black olives. My sister loves it. It's her number one pizza topping.
Gross.
I'm not a huge fan.
That's serial killer worthy palate.
I'm not going to say she's not. 7 peppers.
Okay.
6, and this is where I'm not sure. Extra cheese. Is that a topping?
A lot of text here. I mean,
Because cheese is coming on pizza
817,
anyway.
Extra cheese, extra cheese,
Well, it's like
extra
extra
cheese.
cheese is a topping.
All right, fair enough.
I allow it.
5 is bacon. 4 is onions. And honestly, the onion kind of sneaks up on you when you get the supreme. It's actually not bad. Gives
I'm
a nice
down
little
with that
bite.
onion, yeah.
3 is sausage. I was surprised sausage wasn't 2. But 2 is mushrooms, Peyton.
Oh,
wow. Over sausage?
Really?
Yeah. And number 1 is pepperoni.
So I get the 1 and the 2?
The top,
You get the 1 and the 2. You get the top 2. You're American as hell.
the top 10 should have been front loaded with meats, and then the like 8, 9, and 10 are a veggie situation.
Yeah. I love some good pepperonis though. So I mean, I'm all for that list.
I
why
love
you
the
love-
pepperoni.
fell in
Why
love
are
with
you looking
Wolchuk
at my
at first
chest
sight.
right now?
No, I was just I was looking at the wonderful Keller shirt you're wearing.
You're not
right
getting
now.
me to take my shirt off. You got to pay for my OnlyFans for that.
This is the first time I've been in a place where Wolchuk isn't the 1 seed for glass cutting, and that's only because Peyton's in the other room.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's get to our headlines. Thank you to the 6 a.m. Club. We love you, and hopefully we didn't upset you too much. It's a Nosebleed Seats morning show takeover. Let's recap what happened in sports last night. Preview Stars Mavs Game 6 and the Rangers. Big weekend series. Ron Wash is back in Arlington. That's next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Happy Friday morning, Scotty Scheffler. Big storyline right now. Highland Park zone. He was detained.
Scotty Scheffler.
Big
What has he
Scotty
done?
Scheffler. What has he done? Scotty Scheffler detained in handcuffs outside of Valhalla Golf Club. Jeff Darlington from ESPN was there to witness it all. We just played what he had to say in the previous segment, but I know a lot of you waking up, getting in the car. This is the big headline news. We could play that again momentarily. The morning reports are that there was a fatal accident blocking the traffic to the course at Valhalla. It appears that Scotty attempted to bypass the traffic, was placed in handcuffs. The second round has been delayed by at least 1 hour of the tournament. I think weather also a factor there in Louisville, Kentucky. Officers apparently didn't realize or know who Scotty Scheffler was, and we are getting real-time information every single minute. There's something new developing in the story, but certainly we've got a 7:35 tee-off time coming up as of right now, according to ESPN, but a crazy situation. One of Dallas's own Masters champ, Scotty Scheffler, detained by police.
Yeah, a very weird story. Everything is still very fluid in terms of the news coming out of this. Where is he right now? If and when he will be released? What does it mean for his ability to continue to play in this tournament? There's so many questions here, and I would imagine over the course of the next couple hours we'll get some more hard-cut information, but it's definitely not something anybody expected to see this morning.
No.
And the details on just what is this, a miscommunication? Is this Scheffler being a bit of a bleep hole in the scenario? Like, I have no idea, but certainly unfortunate. And the idea that you have a police officer hanging on the side of your car for 10 yards as you're trying to drive away, it's never a good look.
No, here's Jeff Darlington talking about what he saw. This was probably about an hour ago on ESPN, and he certainly does not look like he's in great shape either. Jeff looks like about as rough as we do, filling in on the morning show. Zach Wilczuk alongside Eric Chiafalo, a Nosebleed Seats morning show takeover with Bobby Belt. And, of course, Peyton Russell. Can't wait to get to the Expressway here in about 15 minutes or so. We'll have some drunk drawer action coming up, maybe some 60 seconds of trash.
Did we get drunk drawer from
Did I
you
say
there?
drunk drawer?
No, I thought that's what we were doing.
No.
We don't get to do
boozing.
We don't get to do what you drink and what you think with G-Bag today, so we're doing drunk drawer.
I'm sorry you guys misunderstood that. It's junk drawer.
Oh, I thought it was a drunk drawer.
We were remixing
I brought
it.
alcohol.
I got
so
Tito's.
you reach into the drawer for some alcohol and okay.
All right, here's Jeff.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scotty Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scotty Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the #1 player in the world.
Nor did they care, even if they understood, I don't think.
Yeah.
Because they're dealing with, obviously, a deadly accident and somebody that they felt was being not only disrespectful, but flippant about something that was pretty serious. So I get how that probably ends up making you a little irritated and not willing to cut anybody any slack, no matter who they are. So...
Yeah, and I don't know, I know a couple of the Tolos have texted and said he's already been released. It's not that big of a deal. I did see a tweet about that an hour ago. That tweet got deleted. So I have not seen any confirmation that he has yet been released. I don't think that's been officially reported.
Maybe released from his PGA contract or something is what they meant.
They would never. This dude's going to show up 5 seconds before he's got to tee off, and he's going to go dominate the round.
Dang, he's like me.
Like, dude, I don't even have to. I don't need any practice swings. You could keep me in my orange jumpsuit for all I care.
Man,
I just put my Nike hat on and watch me.
like Tiger Red. We have Scheffler orange on Sundays.
Oh, I don't feel so good when he jokes. A big time weekend in DFW. Stars in Colorado tonight. Game 6. Jake Ottinger looking for the bounce back. Stars looking to win 3 straight in Colorado. Move to 5-1 on the road. It's a clinch night, boys. Stars punching their ticket to the Western Conference Finals tonight.
Yes, they will. Look, if we've learned anything about Dallas area sports teams over the last, 3 Dallas area sports teams over the last 9 months or so, it's that road playoff games, don't face these dudes. They're not worried about them. And so, Stars are 4-1 now on the road. Yep. We know the Rangers went on their undefeated run in the playoffs. Cowboys didn't lose a playoff game on the road. And then you've got the Mavericks, who have won a couple of big games on the road already against the Clippers, and then 1-2 against the Thunder. So that's what we do.
I did like you sliding. The Cowboys didn't lose on the road.
They didn't.
We should hang that banner at AT&T Stadium before.
Yes.
Go full Indianapolis Colts here.
Yeah.
Didn't lose a playoff game on the road.
Yes, right. Exactly. 0 playoff road losses in 2023.
Even though I guess technically that is a road loss because AT&T Stadium now is the home of the Packers.
Gosh, stop it, Eric. Stop it. I don't like this.
Don't blame me. Blame Aaron Jones.
The Packers have won more home playoff games, though, than our Dallas Cowboys. That needs to change.
Blame Bobby's beloved number 4.
That needs to change.
More on that at 7:20.
Thank you very much. We'll get back to Dak Prescott. Mavs tomorrow. They're going to be at home taking on the Nuggets. Boys, I think both these series are a wrap. I think the Stars go on the road tonight. They get the job done. I do expect a bounce-back game from Otter. I think the penalty kill does not make the same mistakes they did the other night, and the Stars play a clean game. I think they end up winning this thing by multiple goals. You get an empty netter at the end. Give me 5-3 Stars. You know what? Give me 4-2 Stars tonight in Colorado. I'm putting in the call there. 4-2 will be my final. I've been a little bit of a heater with the Stars. Went with the Wyatt almost hat trick. Pavs got the goal. I don't know who I'm putting in the goal scorer call in for, but I'm going to go 4-2 as my prediction. And I do think the Mavs at home. I think the Oklahoma City, they're just not ready for this yet. I think Luka is on a mission. He's smelling blood in the water. I think he's embarrassed about what happened in Game 4. You saw it in Game 5. I think that carries over to Game 6. Maybe we finally get a little bit of an offensive outburst from Kyrie. They haven't needed it, which makes me even more excited moving forward and projecting ahead to the conference finals. But I think both Dallas teams wrap this up in 6, and we're partying, getting ready for the conference finals on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, if you get through Oklahoma City with not having Kyrie or Luka being themselves for basically the entire series when it comes to scoring the basketball, I think that gives you huge confidence moving forward here. I think it's paramount that the Mavericks get this thing done. You have the 2 days between the last game and tomorrow's game. I think that bodes well for Luka and his health, and just the idea that, hey, you can get as much time off between this series and the next series. You just had the Timberwolves extend it to Game 7 now for the Nuggets, so that's encouraging. But I just think the idea of an extra day or two of rest between series, I think, is that important here, and I think Luka will come to play the same way he did in Game 5. I do want to ask you, though, from a Stars standpoint, is there any concern that McCarr and McKinnon getting going the way they did?
Sure.
It's like they finally looked like themselves. Are they about to sort of, or is that was their one final punch and that was the heart of a champion moment?
I'm leading the latter, and maybe that's hope. Maybe that's Stars' hope. But I do think they've done a really good job containing him for the most part this series. And you saw Game 1, the end of Game 1, McCarr got going as well. McKinnon got going, and then they bounced back and absolutely shut them down the next 3 games. I think the Stars will do that again in Game 6.
Yeah, look, what I'm hoping that was the other night was their rally game for Val Nichushkin, and they just said, all right, that we were caught off guard by it in Game 4. We're going to rally together, tighten up as a unit, and do what we got to do.
Tighten up, baby, tighten up.
And then that's just the end of their energy levels. I'm going to say Stars one night. Otter bounce back game, baby. 3-0.
And
Zach.
3-0. I like
3-0.
that.
We're going to get a shutout.
And he's been much better on the road than he has at home, which is very bizarre, even though Pete DeBoer says, hey, home ice doesn't matter unless it's a Game 7. And they definitely pulled that one off.
That was the only game.
Vegas.
That's the only game so far this series where I felt like he was outplayed by Gorgiev.
100%.
Was in that one.
Yeah,
and Gorgiev's not like a top tier goaltender or anything like that. And so I think Stars pulled out. I believe the Mavericks will pull it out. That's the most unpredictable one for me overall, just because I have no clue from game to game what is Luka going to come in and look like. Like, how healthy is he going to look? Because there were some days that Game 4, I was like, he's broken. I don't know if he's going to be able to play the rest of the way. Like we were talking about it on the morning show, debating, do you just say, hey, we're gonna have to bite the bullet and rest him potentially,
like the Kawhi Leonard deal with the Clippers,
just like or like the Donovan Mitchell thing, where Donovan Mitchell, where it's like you got to sit him. He's not right, but then he comes out there. He looked refreshed. He looked good. I don't know what sort of witch doctor concoction they got together for him, but he looked good, and so that's the hope, is that he continues to look comfortable with that and play at that level. If he does, they win on Saturday night.
Man, Luka's just an absolute stud. I mean, if you look over the course of his postseason career, I mean, coming into, I think, this series, I mentioned this on G-Bag, I think he averaged the second most points per game amongst any player in the playoffs to Michael Jordan. He was averaging like 32 points per game in the postseason. This series certainly has not been as dominant as we've seen Luka in the past, and he is dealing with a lot of injuries. But he did look much healthier, whether it was the Toradol shot, whatever it was. To me, I think Game 4 was more of an outlier. I understand the frustration. They
should have won Game 4.
They should have. I mean, both these series, in my opinion, should be over. The Stars should have won Game 1 as well. They should have swept Colorado. Mavs should have won this thing in 5. But I think both of them are the better teams. Both of them get it done. And I don't really have a big concern about Luka. I think Luka knows exactly what the mission is. He's going to accomplish this thing. And then we'll see. Who does it end up being, Minnesota or Denver? I think after the Nuggets came back and won 3 in a row, I'll raise my hand. I was like, I don't know how the T-Wolves mentally can bounce back. Shout out to Anthony Edwards. Really shout out to Mike Conley, who had on the bingo card 36-year-old Mike Conley last night coming out of nowhere. Nuggets get dominated by the T-Wolves. Now that sets up a Game 7 in that series. And then Vancouver beats Nashville last night. And the Canucks now on the verge of maybe when they play Game 6 on Saturday. Is it going to be the Canucks and the Stars? I know we talked with the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle. He thinks Vancouver may be a worse matchup than Edmonton. I don't know. Maybe give me Vancouver. Edmonton, the star power scares me a little bit. Draisaitl, McKinnon, Kane. But you do have a better goaltender there in Vancouver.
You know what I would prefer? Whatever. Bring me whatever.
Bring it on.
Because the Stars got it, baby.
Yeah.
We're not worried about it at all. We're
team
scared of no one.
in the NHL.
Okay.
Playing fearless.
Yeah, exactly.
And fanning.
Exactly.
Fearless.
Yeah, it's the old irrational confidence that Bill Simmons used to talk about in the NBA. Guys who just had irrational confidence would throw up shots they had no business throwing up, and they still went in anyway. You remember Game 5 of the Mavs Heat finals that they won, and Jason Terry threw up that ridiculous 3-pointer over, I think it was LeBron, where it was like, what are you doing putting that up? And it's like, that's irrational confidence, the belief that it's going in and it really has no business to, but then it ends up going in.
We got Ron Walsh back in town as a manager. He's come back in town as a position coach with Atlanta several times.
Baseball go.
Always good to see him, but the Halos for a 3-game weekend series, Anaheim in the cellar and the American League West tonight. Hoping the Rangers can make it back-to-back, get back on a series victory. It'll be Andrew Heaney on the bump. Heaney's been really good. Just hasn't been getting any run support. But now El Bombi, back-to-back games with a home run. Is he starting to get the hot bat again? We got to hope. How we feeling about Angels-Rangers on your home of the World Series champs?
Well, knowing that at 8 o'clock we are going to get a slump-busting moment from Gaylord Choppy himself, live from Mexico. Okay, I think I'm feeling pretty damn good about what the Rangers got cooking.
And a G-Bag bump with Lucius Alexander out at the ballpark. Make sure you go see our homies, Gavin, Brian, Lucius, at the ballpark today.
All the
representing
good
the
juju.
G-Bag Nation. Hell yeah.
We got all the good juju, so let's make it a great weekend. DFW sweep. Across the board. Stars win, Mavs win, Rangers sweep.
And I do love that we get to watch these games individually now. Having the Stars tonight and then the Mavs tomorrow.
Well, no, you get to watch Stars and Mavs individually, and you get to listen to the dulcet tones of Eric Nadell and Matt Hicks on 105 through the Fan, which you can hear all those games right here.
Damn right. And yes, absolutely, the 817 texting this in, but condolences and rest in peace to the great Eddie Gossage, legendary promoter and former Texas Motor Speedway president, who passed away at the age of 65 yesterday. Spent 32 years in motorsports, first ever GM of TMS when it opened back in 1996. So the racing community certainly losing a great, great person there in Eddie Gossage. All right, let's head into the expressway, baby. Is Dak being disrespected? We got some NFL win projections. Jalen Brunson reading some mean tweets, and then the drunk drawer. Or is it the junk drawer?
The
we'll
junk
find out.
drawer.
Next on the
I got
Fan.
the Tito's.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, it's commercial-free Expressway time, ladies and gentlemen. Bobby's showing me things on his phone.
Is it pink?
He's
Is it
trying
teal?
to,
It's
he's
pink. I don't
trolling
know.
me about colors of things. It's annoying.
You're going to see much better as soon as you go to get that LASIK in Brooks Eye.
Brooks Eye, man.
I mean,
I'm fired
my
up.
first full week of having the
Bring it up,
LASIK,
Peyton.
it's been life-changing. Shout out to my friends at Brooks Eye Associates. I know you're lined up to have yours soon, but they'll take care of you, and you're going to love it.
I cannot wait, dude. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for RJ Choppy live from Cancun, getting the Rangers out of their slump at the top of the hour. That's going to be fantastic. But it is the commercial-free Expressway here. Sean and RJ on a Friday. Bobby Belt's in the building. Sean and RJ back on Monday. It's a Nosebleed Seats G-Bag Nation takeover here with myself, Eric Chiafalo, and Zach Wolchuk. We'll hit the junk drawer, not the drunk drawer.
I think it still is the drunk
Even
drawer.
though it's a Friday. We'll see.
drowned it in Tito's
I've
today.
started boozing.
And the news of the day, though, is, of course, Scotty Scheffler and what is taking place with him at Valhalla. And it is a very random and weird story. We have a couple of updates here. The story itself is Scotty Scheffler being detained by police outside of Valhalla this morning. A pedestrian fatality occurred backing up traffic for miles, and Scheffler's vehicle tried to get around the traffic to enter the gates at Valhalla, and police told him to stop. Scheffler didn't. The officer pulled him out of the car, handcuffed him. We've had the footage of that. Now we're seeing, courtesy of the Louisville Metropolitan Department of Corrections, we have the official orange jumpsuit mugshot of our beloved Scotty Scheffler. And there it is on the fan cam. Thank you, Ryan. Scotty Scheffler, by the way, scheduled to tee off at 10:08 a.m. this morning. It's uncertain whether Scheffler will be able to after being detained by police. And he, of course, did end up going to the local jail there and getting the mugshot.
So that's what it looks like.
Mugshotty.
Olivia Russell.
Mug Scotty.
Mug Scotty reporting that Scotty Scheffler being booked into Louisville Metro Department of Corrections. He's charged with assault of a police officer, criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from an officer directing traffic. Oof.
Wouldn't have happened if he was in Live. Live protects their golfers. You know, make sure that they're okay.
It is a crazy sight to see.
When you're a champion at the level of Scotty Scheffler, you're in the midst of competition. You got to have a driver here. Okay, this should be his driver. You know, being the fall guy in this instance and being the mugshot. And Scotty should be taking practice hacks.
That
right
could
now,
be his driver. I have no idea. Just by because I don't know what he looks like. But it is. Could you imagine like telling him as he's pulling up to that traffic jam, like if somebody were to be sitting there in the front seat next to him, be like, "Hey, you're going to be in an orange jumpsuit, and your mugshot is going to be all over the news in about an hour and a half."
Everyone knows if you want to be a badass golfer, you got to have a stud driver.
You just wait to the 30 for 30 on this one day. What if I told you the world's #1 golfer got arrested on his way to a championship team?
I hope he keeps that jumpsuit on and golfs his rear end off for the course of the weekend and wins it all.
Jumpsuit, Scotty.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what he's probably really wishing right now? That he played for the Chiefs, because then nothing would happen to him.
Is that a Rashee Rice reference?
It was a Rashee Rice reference.
Okay.
It was a reference to not taking. It was really a reference to not taking care of anything that the Chiefs do.
Cam Newton had
Tyreek Hill,
big
Britt
message.
Reed,
Yeah.
Rashee Rice, really just anything.
Hey, congratulations is in order, by the way, for Tyreek Hill, because he is now expecting his 11th child with his 6th baby mama.
Let's go,
That was reported
Tyreek.
yesterday.
Man, Tyreek Hill and Antonio
Just
Cromartie.
stuff in the stat sheet, my guy.
Corner. That's going to be a football team, just the Cromarties and Hills one day.
Yes, 100%.
That's going to be incredible.
A full 22.
Could you imagine a Cromartie Hill child, like with the hyphen in there? Like you get one of their offspring
Maybe.
to have a Cromartie Hill baby.
That can happen one
the
day.
athleticism, man, just be unfair. Really would be.
Okay, Bobby, did you have some Dak stuff that you wanted?
Yeah,
to
don't. Why do you set it up like that? I hate the way. I just hate the way you set it up. Like you got some Dak stuff. Like, come on, we don't.
Well, I
you're
don't
gonna
know, we
beat
gotta-
us down with some Dak.
We got
love.
a
Your Dak
tweet that
hate.
it's May 17th. Can you all just have fun? And here you are wanting to bring up Dak Prescott being disrespected.
No, it's just this was something that was getting a lot of chatter yesterday on social media. Nick Shook Okay, he had him shook out there on social media. He does the NFL quarterback index. He does a bunch of different rankings for NFL.com. He's a writer over there. Does stuff for the Around the NFL, not the TV show, which is not the thing that he does. He does the writing. So he does the Around the NFL writing. He does all their news aggregate.
Are you talking Nick Wright? Nick Wright does the TV show?
No, Nick Shook is who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about not the Around the NFL program.
Gotcha.
He does the writing. So he does the way too early top 10 MVP candidates under center. So this isn't even just top 10 MVP candidates, which is usually going to be a quarterback, but it's very specific to quarterbacks. So here's your top 10 list, according to Nick Shook. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. He is the number 1 MVP candidate. Obvious, makes sense. If Mahomes is healthy and Kansas City doesn't fall like the Roman Empire, the man will be in this conversation. Number 2, Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals. Now, these are things that he's writing about. He's writing these little takedowns or whatever. But this is it's his writing along with Caesars Sportsbook odds and everything.
I think that's accurate. Those are the 2 best quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, no problem with it. 3, Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
He's in there. Number 4, CJ Stroud.
Okay.
Number 5, Tua.
And Tua was in the conversation, playing really well last year.
It's a dark horse candidate, though.
He is a dark horse candidate.
Calling him a top 5 seems a little much, a little aggressive.
Okay.
Number 6, Josh Allen. Okay.
All right.
So even though these are his rankings based on what he's feeling with the Caesars Sportsbook, so even though Tua is plus 2,500, number 6 he has Josh Allen. Josh Allen's plus 1,000 to be the MVP, and he's stacking Tua higher. Number 7, Anthony Richardson of the Indianapolis Colts.
That's a dart throw.
He says, here's where it gets fun. Remember Richardson, the pillar of a human with freakish athleticism who carried question marks into the 2023 draft, then promptly dunked on them in his first month of play? I sure do. Richardson's abrupt end to his rookie season may have made you forget about him, but I'm gearing up for a big year for the kid. Number 8, the newly minted $210 million man or whatever it was, Jared Goff. He has Jared Goff as the 8th one with plus 3,500 MVP odds.
Which I could see. I think the Lions are going to have a really good year.
They are. If you're a good team, if you're one of the better teams in the league and you've got a quarterback playing well, you are going to be in the conversation. Number 9, Jordan Love from the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
And then number 10, at 40 years old, fresh off a newly minted Achilles, Aaron Rodgers of the New York Jets.
I thought you were going to say Kirk
Which,
Cousins.
if he's healthy and the Jets are good, he absolutely will be in the conversation.
Zach.
Bobby.
Zach, this is a ranking index here here are the top MVP candidates. Do you think it's reasonable to say he will be healthy and the Jets will be good?
No, I don't think it's likely to happen.
More so than to say the Cowboys will be good and Dak will be good.
I mean, if you look at the Jets roster, if they're healthy, do you think the Jets are better than the Cowboys?
No.
You don't?
Nope. And I don't think the Cowboys are going to be great this year. Yesterday, I know I heard you guys did the schedule pick. I picked 9 and 8.
We did too.
We did as a show.
Yeah, and which I don't think is anywhere near to get Dak in the conversation. Like, the only one that I think is disrespectful out of that is Anthony Richardson. We haven't seen him play, and Dak was runner-up. But I don't know, is Dak going to have as good of a year as last year, and he still finished runner-up? To me, the only way he can get it is if the Cowboys are the number 1 seed in the NFC and he plays as good, if not better, than he did last year. And I don't think any of us think that's happening. So I don't think it's necessarily disrespectful to not have him in the top 10.
Is it disrespectful to the national conversation? Forget Dak then for a sec. Is it disrespectful that we just ran through 10 candidates, and I'm not a fan, but we ran through 10 candidates, including Anthony Richardson and Aaron Rodgers, and not on this list is Jalen Hurts. So you're telling me the two likely...
I don't think the Eagles are going to be good either.
Well, then who's going to win the NFC East?
I think it's going to be a crap-off.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so as bad as the NFC East is, you think that ultimately nobody's going to be an 11-win team coming out of that division?
No, I don't. I think 10 wins will win you the East this year.
That's interesting to me. I mean, I think it's interesting you go through this whole list. There's no Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think Brock Purdy should have been in there because the Niners, we assume, are going to be good. I think Stafford should have been in there. I think Stafford should be in the conversation. He played so well at the end of last year, and I think the Rams are going to be pretty good this year.
There may just be too much heat around Highland Park right now because of Scotty Scheffler. They just didn't want to associate with him on their list is probably what it was. But to me, just in general, this is obviously a Dak angle that I'm going to take on this one. But I just think this is ridiculous here at all that you would list, again, not even the top 10 MVP candidates. You're talking about quarterback specific, and you don't throw in the names Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, or even, like I said, Jalen Hurts. And I don't think Hurts is, but Hurts will be, to me, if the Eagles are any good, Hurts is going to be in the conversation as one of the 10 MVP candidates.
Not if this is a crap-off situation like Walchuk.
I think it's going to be crap-off.
That's a hell of a prediction, by the way.
Thank you. To your point, I do think, just judging based off what have you done for me lately, we don't know what Anthony Richardson is. We haven't seen Aaron Rodgers play well, and he hasn't played football in a year. How the hell is he going to be health-wise? So I would absolutely sub those two out, and I would put Brock and Dak in there.
And what have you done for me lately is Tua was not great at the end of the year.
No, but neither was Dak in the last time we saw him play.
No, but I mean, if you're talking about in the second half of the season, who was better? Like, Dak surged into the MVP conversation in the second half of the year, and Tua fell off.
That's true. I think the Dolphins are just going to be better than the Cowboys.
Probably. That's probably the case. But I mean, like, again, Josh Allen is a great player. He's one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL. But if you're going to throw Josh Allen in there and say, especially if you're assuming, hey, Aaron Rodgers could be in this conversation, the Jets could be good, and you're going to throw Buffalo in there where a lot of people are like, they've had to purge a lot. They've gotten rid of Stephon Diggs. We don't know what Buffalo is going to look like next year. I understand Stroud. I understand all these different ones. Richardson and Rodgers, and even to an extent, not Allen being in there. Allen being in there is fine, but to have
Tua is the one you seem to be the most off put about.
No, Tua, no. The one I'm most put off about is Anthony Richardson and Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is honestly the one. He's 40. He didn't look that good at the end in Green Bay, and he tore an Achilles, and he plays for a bad football team.
Yeah.
I don't see how there's any justification for saying, like, yeah, the guys who finished second and third in the MVP voting at the end of the year, who were considered the 2 top contenders in the NFC when we entered the playoffs last year, neither one of those guys will be in the conversation. In a pretty like, honestly, I think you can make an argument with where the Bears are at. Like, Caleb Williams is a better dark horse candidate to throw out there than Aaron Rodgers.
I think that's rookie of the year stuff. I mean, how often do you get a rookie MVP situation?
Not often, but how often do you get off a
almost never
shredded Achilles, played for the Jets?
Well, was Dak probably the last one that was in the rookie of in the MVP conversation as a rookie? I don't think Stroud was really getting a ton of momentum last year for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Dak finished in the MVP voting the year he won.
Him
rookie
and
of the
Zeke
year.
kind of
even in the NBA, like Wemby should have just been defensive player of the year. He gets rookie of the year, but he should have been defensive player of the year.
I'm with you. Like, unless again, Bears have the number 1 record in the NFC. It's like, oh, we can't not give it to him. He's not getting MVP as a rookie.
No, he's not. But again, if we're talking about just 10 candidates, who are the candidates who, when you play with the odds and look at what they could possibly contribute or everything else, I just think it's absurd to throw Rodgers and Richardson in there over Dak or Purdy.
What about, and this is a player that I do think has been highly overrated, but he's probably going to be in a better position now that he has a legitimate coach that has done a good job with quarterbacks, Justin Herbert.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, they've kind of stripped that thing down a little bit as well in terms of seeing Keenan Allen, Mike Williams leave.
And what is that offense what is a Harbaugh offense going to look like? Is it going to look like one that's
a lot of handoffs?
Probably not putting up the numbers required.
It may not be. I mean, it could look. People seem to forget this a lot. Like, I mean, Harbaugh is a former quarterback. Like, he is a guy who played the position, but I mean, he's shown a Big Ten mindset, like in terms of the way that he wants to do things offensively. And he, is one of the guys who was a big advocate for Greg Roman, and Roman being a guy who likes to run the football. And so, yeah, I mean, that may be why the Herbert conversations are there. It's interesting when you said, so Stroud finished 8th in MVP voting last year.
Okay, so he finished top 10.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see, Herbert didn't finish anywhere near the MVP voting the year he won. So, yeah, it's basically been Dak and...
Somebody brought up Big Ben. Big Ben probably did finish pretty high his rookie year when they went 15-1.
It's a good one. Let me see here. Ben 04, he finished. No, he wasn't even in the MVP.
RG3. RG3 had an amazing rookie season.
Yeah, with his 180 passes, his Trey Lance number of passes that he threw that year.
Yeah, but I mean, I know you think Lamar is not a good thrower. He's got 2 MVPs. Like, it's more than just at the quarterback position. What are you doing with your arm? The legs do matter quite a bit. How are you moving the football? We're just matriculating the ball down the field, boys.
They do.
Legs do matter.
That's what you want to do.
Legs matter.
Big leg guy.
Big leg guy.
Big leg guy.
Here.
I'm curious, where did Dak finish the year? So he finished 6th in the MVP voting the year he won Rookie of the Year. So that probably was the closest we've gotten to somebody doing that as a candidate. And again, it's not that Caleb Williams is going to be the MVP. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're listing 10 candidates, if Caleb Williams is a freak show and Chicago is competitive and he wins the Rookie of the Year, he could finish in the top 10, which is what this whole list is supposed to be about. There's zero chance to me. Aaron Rodgers is not going to come. I don't think we're talking about Aaron Rodgers even if he's healthy for the whole year. I don't think we're talking about Aaron Rodgers in the top 20 of quarterbacks this year.
You just don't think he's got it anymore?
I think he was washed to begin with. I think that offensive line, good luck blocking. The guys you did acquire are all old and banged up, and you're talking about coming off of an Achilles, which is a killer when you are in your 30s. it's a killer. And so
It is going to be interesting to see how he looks. I mean, I think the jury is out on how good Aaron Rodgers looks, and can he stay healthy? Can the Jets' offensive line stay healthy? I mean, it seems like good things just can't happen for the Jets.
No. Good things are happening for the man in New York who should still be a Maverick, but it's fine because our Mavs are fine. Jalen Brunson?
Yes.
Is he
okay?
Is he getting made fun of right now?
Yeah, this was pretty funny. So Jalen Brunson doing some podcasting, and I do love it when you get like athletes, actors, and they read the mean tweets. 877-881-1053. We could have some fun with this. We're still trying to find a bet payoff idea for Bobby today.
I thought we were doing the Nitro Gummy.
We can do the Nitro Gummy if you want.
I need to go find it.
I was trying to get you out of it if somebody can text in something better than the Nitro Gummy, because this is going to kill you, but I'm down to do the Nitro Gummy if you are. But also,
You
if
have
you
to
want
boof it,
you want
though.
to send some mean texts our way that are safe for read on air.
There's plenty already coming in.
I'm
I mean,
definitely
the
down to
praise is pouring
read some
in.
mean texts, but here's Jalen Brunson reading mean DMs and messages.
How often do you go to social media and see what people are saying about you?
With betting, it's got way worse.
I took a screenshot. Jay Hart, stop Jalen Brunson one off and shoot the damn ball. Nova, you, the Knicks. But much respect for your game, but you know what I mean? You will never be welcome in this city, you flopping little, can't say that. Try coming anywhere near the city again and see what happens. You and your ass daddy. I'd never seen someone so ugly in my life. You dead ass look like a cockroach with those ugly ass braids. Whoever did your hair needs a life sentence. I hope your ass gets whooped tonight against the Sixers. You and your dirty ass playing teammate Hartenstein. Bunch of cheaters. If someone on this team refs or what?
That's pretty good stuff right there.
So is the don't show your face back in the city, you and your daddy, that had to be a Mavericks fan, right? That was bitter about Jalen Brunson's dad taking him to New York?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I do need to address what I'm seeing from Pat 40 here, who's tweeting out about Scotty Scheffler.
What's up?
Scheffler charged with second-degree assault of a police officer.
Okay.
Third-degree criminal mischief.
Ooh.
Reckless driving. And disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. He has been released on his own recognizance.
Recognizance.
Okay, very good.
Hey, we've all had trouble. Well, what was it? The epitome?
Yours was
that
epitome. Peyton said encourage. I said Venetian.
Venetian?
I said recognizance.
Oh, Venetian. People from Phoenix are Venetian. Shout out to the Roommate Show, by the way. That's where that Odyssey is courtesy of from Jalen Brunson.
Wonderful. All right, it's a Friday morning here on The Fan. It's commercial free in the Expressway. We'll get to Gaylord Choppy getting the Rangers out of their slump. We will open the junk drawer here momentarily. But right now, very special edition of Garbage.
60 seconds of trash radio with
Preston Russell. We got Peyton Hillis.
I'd go finger in the peanut butter. Oh, baby.
Good move.
You still going finger in the peanut butter?
Still doing that?
2 fingers. Yeah, we clarified that.
You're cohabitating with a female. She's letting you go the double finger peanut butter deal?
Well, you don't get as much peanut butter with 1 finger.
Instead of a
So you go 2.
spoon. Yeah, you go ahead and scoop it out that way.
Man, that intro
Makes sense.
feels like an FCC violation. It's
gotta be a
early in the
shocker.
morning. You know, it was only played at nights, but now with the lights on, it just feels wrong to play that. But
I mean, my body feels so good right now after hearing that. I haven't heard that in years, bro.
I forgot I had it. I looked back, I was like, what did I even name that intro? And I got it.
I thought HR pulled that from our system.
Me too.
I saved the copy. So
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
Thank you,
doing
Preston.
all right, well, some trash here for a little over 60 seconds. But so we all have the story about how we found our significant other, our lover in life. You know, we all have that famous story of how we met them. This is an interesting one. It's a theory that was brought up and tested in Australia. Bobby, you know where Australia is, right?
Uh-huh.
Far,
Good day, mate.
far east.
Is that overseas?
It is.
Yes.
Technically.
Sydney, Australia, by the way. And so this is a story of how they're going to, basically how single people will find their soulmate at the grocery store. They're like, okay, that's a weird vibe to find someone there at the grocery store. You know, I don't really go to the grocery store when I was single to hit on girls. It's just not, you know, I'm there to get in and get out.
You're missing out. Dude.
Really?
Clean up.
Really? What section do you go for the?
Well,
hot
I mean,
girls?
it's the grocery store. There's just nothing but just ladies.
Frozen
running around
aisle though, produce, where the meat section.
I think the meat.
You know he's in the meat section, but he's also in like the organic, high protein.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Of the
bodybuilders.
earth.
He doesn't even walk in grocery stores. He does farmers markets.
Yeah,
He's
he goes
outside
straight
in
to
the
the farm.
elements. Yeah.
How God intended.
Yeah.
We
No
have,
pesticides.
I think that the produce section is usually where you find the hottest chicks. Just for the rest. That's just a pro tip. Back to you, Preston.
Thank you. Or Peyton Hills. Okay, so this is a story where this girl is saying, okay, let's start a trend here where people know, okay, you're single, you're ready to mingle at the grocery store. It's a certain fruit. I'm going to let y'all guess what fruit you think.
Pineapple.
Melons.
Pineapple. What do you say, Walchuk?
Melons.
Okay. 0 for 2. Bobby?
Kiwi.
No, it's the bananas. You put the bananas face up in the, so you have the shopping cart, right? You have the little space at the front, right? At a little cubby, I don't know what you call it.
Yeah.
So you put it right there. You don't put it in the
You mean
bag.
the child seat?
Yeah, oh, is it that's right.
call it
Children
cubby,
do sit
little
there.
cubby.
I don't know. I've seen. I
It's the
put my
cubby.
fruit in there, sometimes, but
It's the fruit seat now.
right. But like you put the fruit, your bananas, in that front pocket area, the child seat, and you walk around at the grocery store, and that lets people know you're single, ready to mingle. You don't put it in the bag though.
Where is this? When does the memo get sent out to the community of single folks that, hey, by the way,
Yeah, somebody
if you're
just makes
trying
this
to-
decision.
Yeah.
Well, this girl's on TikTok. It's a video that's been
Oh,
viewed over.
well,
you know,
Everybody
100,000
knows
times.
now that she's on TikTok.
Yeah,
I mean, depending
so-
on the algorithm.
And the Tolos hear me speaking about, so now they know.
True.
Look, we're spreading the word right here on the fan. That's what we do here. And
So, is she, since she's not putting it in a bag, does that mean like
she's not trying to buy it.
we're cruising? Okay, right. So we're just cruising around. We're like, hey, everyone, look at me. I'm single. If you want to hit me up, I'm available. And then at the end of the shop, we're just putting bananas back where they belong.
I think so. Now, unless you're eating the peel, I don't think it's a violation because the banana, right? The peel's the only thing that's touching, the cart.
Yes, yeah, that's the beauty of the banana. You can
Right,
feel
so
secure that it's got this layer.
You can
of
drop it on the
protection.
ground. You
Yeah,
can still pick it up and eat it. 'cause you're not
totally.
eating the peel.
But with the apple, that's one of those deals where you got to bag that thing.
You got to bag it
because you don't want to just set that on the little scale deal on the self checkout.
Maybe that's why they're going with the banana here. So it's kind of smart by this girl in Australia. But she's 31 years old, trying to find her soulmate.
Oh, that's the problem though. You just said Australia. So we're not even.
Well, they're trying. That's the thing is the video. They're trying to pursue it in the U.S. It started in Australia.
They're trying to spread the word.
They're trying to
get
spread
this-
the word. Yeah, and then it's already gotten to Texas, obviously, because here I am reading it.
Man, I'm saying that that would be you starting it here in America. I think if you're the one who did it, because she's trying to start a trend over in her hood. And
she's
if you're
posting the video on TikTok, Bobby, stop! Don't reach here.
You think she's just gatekeeping this only for
Yeah.
Australia?
Yeah, they are the
no
land
one
down
else can
under.
use
So do we have to flip our bananas the other way here in
very-
America?
We're getting a lot of texts that America, we need to switch just to the eggplant in the cubby here, Peyton. Or
Nobody
maybe,
ever buys eggplants though.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of eggplant
Cucumber or
parmesan.
zucchini is a good one as
Or,
well.
yeah, the cucumber Vienna sausages.
Okay.
Yeah, I think because you cover the spectrum there. Everybody's got their own taste.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Thank you for the garbage, Preston.
Thanks, bud.
It is now time. We're 15 minutes away from Choppy getting the Rangers out of their slump in only Choppy fashion. We look forward to that moment. But right now, as we remain commercial free, it's time on a Friday to open the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
What you got, Eric Chiafalo?
Well, I'm curious. I was nervous about this because I saw the email that you sent us about your junk drawer stories, and they just involve a lot of what feels like violence and just misconduct throughout the entire
Misconduct
world.
for sure.
I mean,
that's kind of the theme of the morning.
There's a wife strangling story that Bobby is hoping to get to
That's it,
here.
so
and
that is so.
There's the New Mexico man shooting his stepmom. I'm like, just this violent drawer that you have waiting around.
No,
You can't wait
okay,
on a Friday.
okay,
You
the
wait
wife-
all week. You build up all week for the moment that you can open your drawer of violence.
All right. We're gonna wait. No,
my God.
that's very. You see what you've done. You are the verbal version of clickbait, Eric. That's what you are. And
They call
and
me
you-
Doug Farrar of
you-
Yahoo Sports.
You have completely misrepresented this. This is like Broadus yesterday going like, the K-Cup guy, he's dead, right?
Yeah.
Like he's gone.
I think he
thought it was
hurt
so
himself.
funny. Here's my junk drawer, guys. You have a strangling, you have a mother shooting, and you
No,
have
it
some
was-
assault situation.
All right,
But
all right, you know
I
what?
don't want to start there though. I want to start with John Daly's box score.
Okay, hit me.
Oh,
Consumption.
my gosh, as he's got a heater hanging out of his lip.
Can somebody do the research on this here? Maybe this would be good for Preston there in the Pimp Cup to give us the details on what this did. I believe John Daly aged yesterday, probably 2 years. He had reportedly during his 11 over round at Valhalla yesterday, four Snickers candy bars.
Okay.
Which actually hit the under because it was 4.5. And then 2 packs of
Pronounced
Peters
Tupac.
and 2 bottles of Coke. I'm assuming these are liter bottles that he's just drinking right from the spout of the bottle.
I thought he switched
Usually
to the
it's in
diet.
Saran wrap, isn't it?
4 Snickers candy bars. I think we would have guessed more.
Yeah.
But the 2 packs of cigarettes is like right there. It was 1.5. I would have hit the over. And then 2 liters of Coca-Cola. That's the John Daly consumption. If you can, Peyton, if you can give us any details on what that sort of means here from a sugar input standpoint, just the processed sugar, disgusting nature in which he was just shoveling into his face, only to go 11 over in the round. But he's just right on.
Round.
He's Mr. Consistent there. Very
Bobby,
on brand.
Good. That's a good round, right?
Yeah, that's a great round, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not a
think so.
45, but
No.
it's a hell of a round.
See, I always forget. Do we count up or count down for what's that? Whenever I'm trying to brag about it, I'll be like, yeah, I'll go 80, and I'll go like, fine, you don't think I can? I'll go 90.
No,
and
you
then
want to go
oh
lower.
no, you go lower. Oh, yeah, fine, I'll go 70.
Yeah.
So, but I always forget.
But I think you're nailing it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like I am that golf ball, baby. Straight in the fairway.
Peyton, interrupt us at any point with the details on the box score consumption there for John Daly yesterday.
Give it to me one more time.
This is 4 Snickers bars. Let's assume king size. 2 what we'll assume liters of Coca-Cola, and then 2 packs of heaters. You know, what does that do to the lungs, the blood sugar,
I like
the
how
brain, the heart?
We're making assumptions in on this.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
hey, I do like this.
Exactly. All right. Because you have been so critical of how dark my email was, we'll go a little more lighthearted. Wasn't in my email, but it's
No,
still
I want the strangling.
It's still a junk drawer. It's
I
still
know
a
you
junk
do
drawer
love a good
contribution.
strangling, but
Did
I
you
thought that
guys-
was Thursday night only.
This is bizarre to me. So we've
Bleeds
had
into Friday
we've had
morning.
a whole week of Morgan Wallen, for instance, the big Braves fan showing up to Philadelphia and throwing on a Philly City Connect jersey and kind of just sheepishly going, you guys have kicked our ass so bad the last couple years, I guess I got to wear this Phillies jersey, which is just totally wuss behavior. This is interesting from New York. The state of New York, lawmakers are honoring David Ortiz this week for his accomplishment of the 20th anniversary of the Red Sox World Series run, which included coming back from a 3-0 deficit
Hold on.
against the New York Yankees.
What? David Ortiz is getting honored in New York.
The state Senate paused on Monday to honor David Ortiz, who regularly crushed New Yorkers' hopes and dreams.
No.
Yeah. At the state capitol in Albany on Monday afternoon, State Senator Luis, not even going to try and pronounce what that last name is, said that they were honoring David Ortiz. The quote from them said, David Ortiz's triumph in the 2004 World Series not only elevated his status as a sports icon, but also restored hope and pride to a storied franchise. Today, we honor Big Papi for his indelible impact on the Red Sox and the game of baseball, an achievement that reverberates throughout the annals of sports history. Now, people are like, why? Why are you doing this? So here's the explanation. Apparently,
This is offensive and disrespectful. There's nothing you can say right now by way of explanation that's going to make sense of this. I'm pissed
Here's
off.
at least how they try to explain away. First off, the state capitol is in Albany. I guess near Albany, there's a lot of Red Sox fans compared to Yankees fans. But more specifically, this state senator who introduced it and was honoring him, he's from the Bronx. In fact, his district is 2 blocks away from Yankee Stadium. But there's a big Dominican population in the Bronx that I guess David Ortiz has done a lot of outreach for and stuff like that because he's Dominican, and so has done a lot of charitable work and things like that. So they chose to honor him. To me, I still don't care.
No,
Like,
I don't
I mean,
think you can do this.
It's inexcusable.
Like if Jose Bautista did a lot for the Arlington community charitably, I would not want to honor him in the state of Texas still. So this is weird to me. I find this really weird that the state of New York, the government, this just once again shows they don't know what they're doing.
I like the idea of them doing a thing where they're like trying to give him the key to the city, and like he thinks this is about to be special, and then it just turns into a big Papi roast.
Yeah.
And there's nothing but Yankees
Yeah,
fans
they
there.
like open the curtains, and then it's like, oh, here comes Tony Hinchcliffe, and it's a Netflix special.
Yes. He's interviewing him. No, that's blasphemous. You can't be doing that. I mean, are we going to be giving Donovan McNabb a key to the city here? Absolutely not. I mean, you name whatever ex-player that you hate. Well, there's not a lot of Eagles that have. I mean, I wasn't going to bring up Nick Foles, but I tend to forget about that.
Yeah.
Eli Manning, no, we're not doing this.
That's true. What's in your junk drawer?
All right, I had this from the earlier this week, and we go to Premier League Soccer.
one
Manchester
of our
City
favorite places
players
to go.
were at a hotel as Manchester City equipment was spotted. and they were getting ready to take on Arsenal. So Arsenal supporters decided to take matters into their own hands. They're like, okay, we know exactly where Man City's staying. So they go ahead, along with some fellow Tottenham supporters. They set off fireworks right outside of the Manchester City Hotel, where reportedly they are staying in North London. And they're doing this, of course, in hopes, middle of the night, they're going to go ahead and disrupt their sleep. They're not going to play well. Well, joke's on them. Sadly for the Arsenal supporters, all they accomplished was annoying everyone else at said hotel. Pep Guardiola and the Man City squad stayed back in Man City Monday night. They didn't even travel to North London until Tuesday morning. So this was all for naught. But I guess some people in London got themselves a nice fireworks show.
Yeah, poor guy. Like they're just they're sitting there thinking like, oh yeah, we're really gonna screw them up. They're not gonna be ready to play. They're gonna be too exhausted, whatever else. And like, turns out it's just like somebody on holiday or whatever, just trying to go see London Bridge or whatever it is. Yeah.
Give me Bobby 30 seconds of your most violent story in your drunk drawer.
Okay, all right, fine. I'll quickly do this one. There was a tie-in to it. It wasn't just here's a story about a guy who apparently attacked his wife. The husband behind the viral "What color is the dress? Is it blue and black or white and gold?" That whole
blue
thing.
and black. Obviously.
He had been accused in the last year of assaulting his wife. Essentially, he had been on trial for attempted murder, is what happened. So he shows up in court this week, and apparently this man, Keir Johnston, who shared that photo and caused it to go viral around the world, did admit, yes, I tried to essentially choke and kill her. And so he's going to end up going to jail for a long time, I guess. It doesn't say if this was related to that they were arguing about the dress color and that's what just drove him so damn mad that he did that. But no, he is going to jail. So that's what it was. It was not just a random story. The way you made it sound like was I grabbed something off the police blotter in Garland or something.
What you did.
And I was just like, let's read this. No, there is a tie-in here. It is the so that dress, every time you see that dress, look at it and go, oh, that guy was a psycho.
In 214, you're absolutely right. I thought about doing this. I think Chop brought it up during Crosstalk, but that Indiana judge ruled that tacos and burritos are Mexican sandwiches in Indiana. Like, no, they're not. They're burritos and they're tacos. They're not damn sandwiches.
We have tortas for a reason.
I'm glad.
What are we doing?
I'm glad we're not cluttering the justice system with useless things.
We're not cluttering anything. All right, we got an update on Scotty Scheffler. We'll also talk DeGrom, Scherzer, Donahue on Ohtani. So much to get into next on The Fan.
Can't wait to get to Choppy's Ranger Slump Buster as well. If you need to get out of your vehicle slump, you know where to go. It's Platinum Ford in Terrell, Gilchrist Automotive Zone. It's between I-20 and Highway 80. Just
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Scotty Scheffler has been released. We've got more on what's going on with that situation outside the Valhalla Golf Club, as it is indeed Sean and RJ, Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. Nosebleed Seats Takeover with Bobby Belt as Sean and RJ are out. We got Peyton Russell. We got Rai. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this Friday morning. It's a clinch night. Stars looking to win this thing in Game 6. You're looking. Is it because I said Rai? Does he not like that?
It's the first time he's been unironically called Rai in 2 weeks.
I thought it was kind of endearing and sweet.
Yeah, no, we had done an interview with Ryan. I went in there and did an interview with Ryan, and we were basically like asked him a bunch of questions. The last one was, "Do you like the nickname Rai?" He was like, "No."
Ryan, I'll never say it again.
But Sean, when we played it on the air and showed it to Sean, Sean's response was, "Well, you don't get to pick your nickname, so tough."
Yeah, I mean, he's going to double down and say,
"Yeah,
I will." Respect, man. I'm not gonna. If you don't like it, I'm not.
Congrats
gonna say
to Rai, who had graduation last night.
Just like or
2 nights ago.
Very much congratulations to you. And like Kevin hates Kevy, right?
Oh no, I think he secretly
Kev
likes
Kev. Maybe it's Kev. He doesn't like Kev. We should all call him Kev for crosstalk
when he comes
today.
in for cross.
Like, what's up, Kev?
Well,
Kev?
Only if Bassick lets you
What are you
talk,
thinking
because
about?
it's the Bassick crosstalk.
That's
It's
all
Fridays.
right. We'll find a way to slip in some Cavs. Shout out to Corey. He also texted us in a follow-up to the last segment as he is Toloing, Turn It On, Leave It On, and the G-Bag Nation going to be out at the Globe today as the Rangers start a weekend series with the Halos. Lucius out there with the boys. I know a lot of times we're doing remotes, and everyone's like, where's Lucius? Where's Lucius? Lucius is usually back in the Pimp Comp running things there as a producer. Now he's going to be out there. Last time we got to do this, Lucius and I were in Vegas. You guys were in Oxnard. It was a crazy show that we were able to do leading up to Spence and Crawford. So now Lucius out there again. But apparently Michael Vick got a key to the city in Dallas.
That's what Corey was saying, and I had to look it up. Yeah, it was like 2011. Like he was playing for the Eagles when he got his key to the city. So I didn't see what it was for, but yeah, that's actually true. So I don't know. They just hand him out as bits, I guess now.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't know. 940 Zach, why are you letting Bobby hang with us today at Denton? Well, we do love Bobby. And technically, this is Bobby's show, along with Peyton, and we're kind of guests into his.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not my.
What
show.
about the name Sean and RJ?
Right, like my name isn't on it. My name's not on it. Peyton's not on it. So I mean, technically,
You're
it's
right.
just
It's not your show.
It's kind of unclaimed territory.
What the hell are you doing here? And Bobby wasn't here for the first 30 minutes or so because he was late today. I also did love the 281. What happened to the show? It sucks. I agree. It's awful. But I did love the 214. I would listen to this morning show every day. And then the 803, you guys need your own show. Well, we are part of the G-Bag Nation, which you can catch 2 to 7 weekdays here on the Fan.
One of y'all's, so like, I mean, you've got somebody who's complained about you having it here or whatever. You've been here. I know one of y'all's nosebleed listeners, really loyal nosebleed folks, doesn't like me. Which one is that?
Tim and Carthage?
Yes, that's the one. See, you knew it right off the bat. Who
I don't even know if it's like he doesn't like you. He just thinks that you're a sloppy drunk.
No, I've heard it
you're a piece of
communicated. He does
human.
not like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hates you.
Hey,
That's
Scotty
true.
Scheffler on the way to Valhalla.
Yes,
This is
so-
15 minutes ago from Adam Schefter.
Latest on the Scotty situation. He was arrested. All right. He was booked with an assault of a police officer, criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals for an officer. Now he has been released, and he is set to arrive at Valhalla around now. So he should be getting there very, very soon. He's been processed. He's been released. I think they're actually showing footage right now, courtesy of ESPN, of him about to arrive in a vehicle. Now, I wonder...
He's going to show up with a police escort.
Yeah, like the police escort's taking him there.
What a turn of events.
I hope it's the same guy, the same officer that he was dragging on his car.
Boy, is there another way? Like, would there be a bigger, sunned moment in the history of anything than, hey, we need you to escort this guy through traffic to get him there?
I do think that he should be wearing his jumpsuit.
Yes, he
Going
absolutely
through
should.
his
Be
entire
hilarious.
day of golf.
Yeah.
Or
Make
at
a
least
statement.
have like one of those Ricky Fowler like all orange outfits that is just very much so reflecting what you don't even know who Ricky Fowler is over there, Bobby, do you?
Yeah, he was the old Rockies center fielder, right?
Right, yeah.
And so he was only in jail for about an hour and 12 minutes. So he was booked at 6:28 Central Time, released at 7:40 Central Time. So just an in and out, quickie procedural. We're gonna get these picks taken care of, and we'll let you be on your way here, Scotty.
Just a little morning photo shoot here, Scott.
Yeah, no big deal. Get your
Don't be alarmed.
fingerprints, discharge, boom. Go out there and play some golf, Scotty. What do you say?
It'll be amazing to see how this affects him on the course here. Like what?
I bet he's
version
going to be angry, locked in, and just crushes it today. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think he is going to rise to the occasion, but I think the average sensibility is like you can't go to work after that and have a productive day in the office.
What would be your we got the Johnny Manziel like money sign and everything. It's like what do you think should be his celebration if he sinks a putt today? Like, is there something he can do to like?
It's gonna be the Shooter McGavin.
Is that it, or does he like?
holster
Does he have like his caddy come over and they do like a touchdown celebration where it's like he makes it and then he like pretends like he's putting him in
Something with
cuffs
the
or
cuffs.
something?
I was thinking
Yeah.
something with the cuffs might be good.
Find a way to get a golf cart out there and have somebody just driving while
Or he like
somebody's
he like a
hanging
hand on
onto
the
it.
wheel and he like pretends like he just like threw it, the gear and is just stepping on it.
He's probably going to be a professional. He knows he shouldn't have bleeped at the police like that. He's going to be a mensch about it.
Yeah, who does he think he is?
Yeah.
Ice
Who do you
Cube?
think you are? I am. All right, we're going to get to RJ's song here momentarily, but Bobby, you got some updates on DeGrom and
Yeah, we do.
Scherzer?
So this doesn't make you feel great in some ways. I think there's some positive and there's some negative here. So Kennedy Landry over at TexasRangers.com had her mailbag where you different Rangers readers send her stuff and she answers it. And one of the questions she was asked, a little sarcastically probably, was if we set the over-under for 2024 MLB innings pitched by Scherzer and DeGrom at half an inning, what say you? And she, to her credit, took it and said, all right, I'll answer this one. We'll go to it. And she says, if you're asking, do I think we will get one full inning between Jacob DeGrom and Max Scherzer this year? I would definitely be inclined to say yes. I know Scherzer's most recent update, a nerve issue that extends up to his right triceps, was not exactly what you call encouraging, but there's still a lot of baseball left, especially as it relates to DeGrom. So that's interesting to me because she's answering it kind of playfully or whatever, but we do know that nerve issue with Scherzer is not encouraging at all. The fact that she says there's a lot of baseball left, especially as it relates to DeGrom, definitely seems to indicate DeGrom may be further along now, or you might be in a position where DeGrom is going to be available first, which is not something anybody would have anticipated before.
No.
I mean, Bochy came on with us a couple weeks ago and said early May, Scherzer should be in there pitching in games. Then you have like the thumb issue that Scherzer had, and then they find out it's a nerve issue going up to the tricep. So that's not good. She says DeGrom is progressing well. No setbacks so far as we know, or that we know of. He continues to rehab from the Tommy John surgery he underwent last June, throwing from 90 feet and appears to be on the right track. General manager Chris Young has pointed out on multiple occasions that timelines are fluid when it comes to injuries, but he also said the ace has an eye on returning around August. And this is what she finishes with. I would guess we get more than one DeGrom inning this season. Okay, but what about Scherzer? Is sure like this feels like
you're
the Scherzer
right.
setback is incredibly they're not trying to. We know the Rangers are very cagey about timeline details with injuries. They historically have not wanted to reveal exactly how bad the injury is or when the timeline is for them to come back. But Kennedy Landry, who's around that team and is very plugged in and knows a lot, for her to basically just go, yeah, DeGrom for sure. And
she does some great work, and you're right. I mean, you can read into it like that, and you might. I mean, this could be something where we should be concerned about Scherzer. They did put him on the 60-day IL, but I think it was retroactive, so he can still come back May 27th at the earliest. We don't know. I don't expect him to be back then, but maybe that would be the only reason why. Like, we kind of know maybe when Scherzer could come back. We know nothing about DeGrom. I've been living under the assumption, and if he pitches, great, but I'm not expecting to see Jacob DeGrom this year.
So I know Sandler, when we've talked to him, seems pretty comfortable and confident that DeGrom's pitching this year. And I know that, Kennedy Landry seems pretty confident that he's going to be pitching this year. And so that seems pretty positive. But it's interesting that we have gone from this perspective of, like you just said, Zach, that you hadn't even banked on DeGrom this year. You were assuming he's not showing up. And now we're at a point where people are talking about his timeline is looking better than Scherzer, who was supposed to show up in games. It does make you wonder, maybe not, maybe not, who knows? But is this going to be the end of Scherzer's career?
Yeah, I mean, he's 39 years old, and we've seen him now, at least his time with the Rangers. It's been, he's pitching, something happens, right? Hurt. Pitching, something happens, right? Hurt. So, I don't know. It could be father time eventually. It has caught up to Max Scherzer. We've seen the Justin Verlanders be able to pitch deep in their careers now. Adam Wainwright with the Cardinals. Like, some of these guys are still having success into their early 40s, but maybe for Scherzer, the body's just not wanting to cooperate anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that could be as simple as what it is, but it's frustrating because you thought you were 2 weeks away from getting him back.
Yeah.
And
they need
you were
him
right on the doorstep of it.
I guess the positive is Dane Dunning, hopefully going to return soon. Brock Burke had a rehab assignment start yesterday. I mean, geez.
Got to get Bradford back rocking.
Yeah, Bradford hopefully trending back to returning soon as well. So, I mean, just hoping for the best right now.
Well, I think this is the moment.
Are you prepared for it? Is your body ready, Eric?
My body's always ready.
But is your mind
for
ready?
Choppy to help all of us get out of a slump? Making his presence felt all the way from Mexico. Take it away, Gaylord Choppy.
Dancing Queen.
That's right, Ranger fans.
Classic.
Let's go. Ron Washington, you got no idea what's in store for you this weekend. We're going to make it 4 in a row by the end of the week. Yes, sir. Here we go. We can win. Give some high fives. Hitting a big fly tonight. Woo! Hit that ball. Watch it leave. Hit it to 133. Batting average is way too low. Beat Los Angeles at the Globe. The DJ plays some new music. Maybe not Pat Green. I think that's the jinx. Yeah, that's right. Bring it back, baby. Who's the player that'll be that guy? Ow! Fans are rowdy at Texas Live. All we need is a single. That'll be the chance. We'll get a bloop and a blast. And then when Jake comes back, here we go. We'll be the world champions. Back to back after 23. Woo! World champions beat the Heat inside Globe this eve. Oh yeah! We can win. Give some high fives. Hitting a big fly tonight. Everybody, hit that ball. Watch it leave. Hit it to 133. Woo! 2 takes. I'll see ya off to Mexico.
2 takes. Great dismount. Well done.
Well done,
RJ Choppy.
Nothing but crooked numbers every inning for the Rangers offense.
Let's
today,
go.
ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to get ugly.
Tyler Anderson is bleeped. I don't think he's making it through one round of the lineup
Dude,
tonight.
if they don't win 15 in a row after we're the world champions, I mean, there's no hope.
No.
This might be their creed. This could be their 2024
This could be the
season.
creed. And the new
Chuck
creed.
Morgan's going to be playing this in the 7th inning.
What is it the Stars are rocking out to? Nickelback? That's what Shippy told us?
Yes. The Stars
The Stars are on the Nickelback wagon.
Well, and now Choppy's going to carry everybody through, just like he did last year.
Thank you, Chop. We appreciate that. It'll be Andrew Heaney getting the start, the lefty for your Texas Rangers pregame at 6:30 here on the Fan and Catch. Our fellas, the G-Bag Nation, out at the Globe if you're heading out to the game. Lucius Alexander in attendance. It'll be Lucius, Brian, and Gavin holding down the fort there, live from the Globe, leading into World Series Championship Baseball with your Texas Rangers. Okay, coming up next, though, it's a nosebleed seat staple. It might be time for some Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
That's right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? Like a very personal, deeply embarrassing, and unfortunate L that I took. And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's coming up next right here on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek! The Odyssey app is a guarantee to be there. Listen to the boys anytime. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Great weather is here, and that
true, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Our Weight Loss episode, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? We'll get you to Below the Belt coming up in 15 minutes. But right now, it's time for this.
Oh yeah! Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. Its biggest L, biggest dub.
I don't know, is Scotty Scheffler to the point of a dub now because he's been to jail, but now he also made his tea time? That feels like in the midst of a giant L, you still made your tea time. Congratulations, Scotty Scheffler. We'll go ahead and give you a dub for that one, bro.
Yeah, and I saw his attorney, Steve Romines, is actually talking with some media members there locally in Louisville, Kentucky. So we'll play what Steve had to say.
What's his last name?
Scotty Romines.
Okay.
Like the lettuce?
Romines. I mean, I feel like
sure, that's Romines. Right. I think so. I loved it. Zach and I were watching here when the blacked out like government vehicle was driving Scotty Scheffler in, and you just see on this like pulled back video of this like Marty Smith is like running with his microphone trying to like catch Scotty Scheffler's getting, and he got boxed out by the security. Just like, no, please, sir, no photos. But Marty Smith was trying like hell, man.
And he's a go-getter.
Dude, Marty Smith, it's a Marty party anytime he's in the building. He's fantastic. By the way, Scheffler faces charges of second-degree assault of a police officer. Again, and then hours later still making your tee time.
Okay,
Ultimately, that's a win. Third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. He was released at 7:40 Central Time this morning. He just made it to Valhalla, getting ready to tee off here in less than an hour or so. Peyton has the sound from his attorney, and here it is.
He's charged with assault second and criminal mischief and disregarding the officer signals. Those are all misdemeanors. The assault second's actually felony.
Is there a description you can provide about why assault was included in those charges?
No.
How is Scotty feeling this morning? What did he say?
Again, we'll just let it all play out. That's the extent of what we know. It's moving pretty fast at this time, but we'll litigate the case as it comes.
How long was he at Denali?
That's all I got.
Well, really, I mean, a whole lot of nothing there. He can't tell us much, but yeah, certainly an evolving situation. Scotty, though, is back at Valhalla Golf Club, and he's playing today, so we'll see. I'm sure he'll end up talking at some point.
Yeah, it just may not be to Marty Smith. Not if the security has anything to say about it. This is the best dub I've already seen on the text, though, Eric. 469 celebrating 90 days sober from opioids. Big dub for me. Can finally be a dad and a husband again.
Dude, shout out to you. Shout out to you.
Congratulations, dude.
817 Rodeo Ron, biggest dub, has got a 3-day weekend and already drinking Jim Beam while listening to Zach and
kind of
Eric
like the opposite version of the last dub.
Wow.
What you drinking, what you think with Rodeo Ron? If he's in the bag from 8 a.m.
Boy, Rodeo Ron was talking
5:30.
some. He was telling me, he was talking big. He said, hey, after that day 3 of the draft, I'm going to be out there with you and I, Boomer Jacks. We're going to match each other drink for drink. I was like, all right, bring it. Nowhere to be found, man.
I went over
Ron,
there with
I don't know what happened. You were talking some big game when we were at Draft 101, and ultimately you no-showed.
Well,
I understand. I'm intimidating to go up against.
Boy, he was dipping into the Jim Beam just at that Draft 101. You could smell it on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he acknowledged
That's
it
our
when he stood
guy.
up there.
He acts as
sort of a clone for him.
But he's still able to be like coherent and act like a normal person. It's freaking incredible.
Yeah, they call those high-functioning.
He's a high-functioning alcoholic, and I respect the hell out of it. 920 took an L, bent down to take plates off a vehicle I took in on trade, and my pants ripped. Second time in a span in a month.
Oh, no.
That is an embarrassing moment.
That's tough.
I'll tell you the L I took this morning. We all took L collectively in my household. Was obviously woke up a little late today, speeding to get in here. I was like, I'm going to take the Explorer, not the Altima. Well, then Kristen texts me during the expressway, and she's like, hey, where are my keys? She's like, her first suggestion was, she's like, did you get mad when you woke up late, and did you just start throwing things? Because I can't find my keys.
Starting taking it out on everybody else.
And I said, nope. My keys were hooked onto the laptop bag, so I just grabbed it and went. And I got in the Explorer and took that off. So it turns out her keys, she had left them in the center console of the Explorer last night. And so,
which is a smart thing to do in the parking lot of an apartment complex, leaving your door unlocked and allowing your keys to be in there.
So she ended up she walked the girls to school. That wasn't a problem. But then Jacob, I guess, had to catch an Uber. So Jacob was
Uber to school
because we didn't have keys for the cars.
Goodness gracious!
So Jacob Ubered to school today. And so that's a big L. Big dub for Kristen for handling it like a pro, what I would not have, but big L overall.
And big dub for kind of pointing the finger at you for an L that she took, because I kind of want to do a similar thing here. Now, this is not really your fault, Bob. I have to own this, but I took an extremely uncomfortable and embarrassing L on Wednesday at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio when we were having a great time with the Tolos, fellowshipping, giving free teas and free hats, having an awesome time.
Yeah.
We had our promo guy there. What's his
Jaime.
name? What?
Jaime.
Okay, well, I appreciate you saying that, because I recall a conversation with you like in the last 6 months where you referenced our promo guy. I thought you called him Julio.
Oh God!
Oh no!
Apparently,
I did not.
Apparently, Jaime is actually Mike.
Gather the foreigners.
So does he have two names?
No, Jaime's his name, and then Mike is
Kind of what he just goes.
Yeah, it's
by.
like whenever somebody
He looks more Jaime than Mike. I thought he was Julio.
Well, all right.
I said, hey, Julio, do you mind? I asked for something, and he looked at me like I was insane. And then Ruben, who was standing right by, goes, "Who's Julio?" And I'm like,
"What the hell?"
Well,
is
I guess
Julio?
I don't know. And he's like, "My name's Mike." I'm like, "Wow!" So I was way off. I recall you calling him Julio. You've called him Jaime, so I screwed that up.
I've called
he should have at least saved me with, but people also call me Jaime, Julio, tomato, like let me off the hook.
It's not Jaime or Julio. It's not just any Hispanic name. I'll go by it.
He goes, wait till I tell Chicalene about this. I was like, oh dear God, I'm probably getting mother bleeped in a different language on a different station for the last 2 days, and I deserve it, but I was extremely uncomfortable, and I couldn't get it out of my mind.
Oh my gosh, no, I definitely, I do not get blamed for that one because it's like. It's similar to me, I think, how, like, we've told the story in there before. Like, I knew a kid growing up who he was Alejandro to some people, but he was Alex to others, just depending on
Medford. Alexander, his name's Alex. He goes by Alec.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I could see, like, specifically, too, if you've got a name, like, from a country of another origin, then, like, it's something where you would say, like, maybe you have an Americanized name. We know somebody else. It's Mike and Miguel. Like, they go by those two different ones to two different sets of people. So I think that's what that is, Eric. But good for you.
Well, shout out to Jaime, a.k.a. Mike.
Yeah.
Not Julio.
Yeah, definitely not Julio.
I mean, didn't even save me with that. Well, it's also Jaime, whatever. He was I don't not think happy. I was super embarrassed. 214 biggest up, heading to Vegas with the boys. Dude. Mavs and Stars win this weekend. Is that one of the Los Hombres texting in there? Peyton, you guys making a trip?
Yeah, Wednesday morning. We're flying out.
Okay.
You're going to Vegas Wednesday morning?
Yes, staying at the Caesar's Palace.
Dude.
We'll be there.
Caesar Palace. Do you think he actually lives there?
No, I don't think Caesar lives there.
Caesar Milan lives there.
Oh.
I think. He's Peyton is going to a burlesque show while he's out there.
Are you?
Yep. We are. We're not sure which one yet. We have options.
You're not going to do the broadest thing where you hit the RuPaul show every single night, my dear God.
Oh, man.
He highly
couldn't
recommends.
Get him out of there. He loved it in that place.
He's got a guy or a girl that you can we'll pass along the name. Just extremely Adam's apple. Might be the nickname. Big L for the Giants uniforms that they're paying homage to the ugliest iteration of their uniforms going back to 1993. I think that's a big L for football fans in general. Big L to Munich, Germany, whose one game the NFL is gifting them is Giants versus Panthers. I mean, what are we doing? Just patronizing an entire country with here's the single worst game that we felt like we could give you on our schedule. Here's Daniel Jones. The only thing that'll make it better or worse is if they make the Giants wear those crappy 1930s uniforms in front of those fans in Germany. That's a big time L right there.
So you remember a couple years ago when different teams like were able to claim certain countries for their merchandising, like the merchandising license.
Yes.
So I don't know. Do the Panthers or the Giants? Do one of them have Germany?
Maybe that could be reasoning. But last year I believe it was Dolphins Chiefs, which was a very good game that they put there.
Yeah. Okay. So according to Front Office Sports last year, the Falcons and the Panthers are the only teams with German marketing rights.
Okay.
So that's probably why.
Well, it would have been better to have Kirk Cousins and the Falcons there, or maybe some big Penix energy.
Yeah, by that point. Penix may be retired by that point because he's already 40 or whatever the hell he is. So
come on.
Who knows if he makes it to that deep in the season?
What are we doing?
Kirk Cousins outlasts Penix in a Falcon uniform. That would be incredible. Hey, big L to the Lions fan base because you just paid Jared Goff, and that's just going to age poorly. Big dub for Jared though, and really just an entire dub for the Goff family because the power couple that is Jared Goff and his wife. He gets the $212 million fatty boombox extension. And on the same day, his wife teases her SI swimsuit issue announcement feature that she's in.
Very nice.
Big week for the Goffs, man.
Let me take a look at her. I don't think I've ever seen her before.
Let me take a look at her. I don't know what her name is.
Let me get
it's Kristen Harper.
Well, I do tend to find Kristen's attractive.
You do like Kristen's.
Let's see here. Yeah, she's cute. Sure.
Man, this is an awesome text.
She's cute, sure.
Big L
Kristen
for
might
us.
Be listening.
903. You are the three worst radio hosts the fan has. They need to put y'all 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. I could barely listen for 5 minutes and started to puke. You guys suck. I want that on my tombstone. That was amazing.
Oh my gosh. It was vomit inducing.
Yeah, it's
our program. I think we've done our job.
Yeah,
like KNC, where are you, boys?
Until it's coming out of both ends, we haven't completed our.
We're the radio version of a stomach pump. We're radio epicac.
What's everybody doing in Hollywood now to lose weight?
Ozempic.
Yeah, we're the Ozempic show of record.
The BBL Drizzy of radio. I think Caitlin Clark probably. I mean, you get a dub in your first game because you get a double-double historically, but the L factor of that is part of that double-double was 10 turnovers. So it's like one of those bittersweet feelings. You know, historical double-double. Let's not worry about the detail of, that's 10 turnovers.
It's competition jump. It's a jumping competition from that level. And so you gotta be prepared to play against it. And sometimes people aren't built for the moment.
Not built for it.
Dub for golf fans and Will Ferrell fans, as apparently we are getting a Netflix series involving Will Ferrell being a golfer. So if you're into that sort of thing. Also, we announced the Happy Gilmore 2 situation with Netflix. So
he's obsessed.
That's encouraging.
He's obsessed with doing like peripheral sports movies. Because he did Talladega Nights, he did Semi-Pro, he did what was the other one? He did he's done a couple of these now. He's done racing, Semi-Pro basketball, and then what was the other one? Why can't I remember? There's another one. He did Kicking and Screaming. He did the Ice Skating Blades of Glory. He did Kicking and Screaming, the youth soccer movie. So he's all about doing those.
Well, I loved the Ron Burgundy bit during the roast and everything like that. So all that stuff is fantastic. I believe that pretty much covers the gambit right there. Big dub for Jared Sandler, who got a surprise trip to Vegas as well to go watch a Pearl Jam show from his wife. I just saw him tweet that out. So a little surprise situation. Quick one-day Vegas turnaround.
Happy Chinooka.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful right there.
By the way, if it's Ozempic radio, shouldn't you guys call it Nozempic since you're the nosebleeds?
We're Nozempic.
That's right.
I do like that. That's
the Nozempic seats.
Well done there. Thank you.
All right, we go below the belt next right here on the Fan. What does that have in store?
What did the Cowboys coaches have to say out at the start of this week? That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
But first, I want to talk about trade.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. You know who doesn't need Ozempic? Mozzie Smith.
Oh,
no.
Please stay away, Mozzie.
Honestly,
He
that's
needs carbs on carbs.
Yeah, if you were power ranking the things you'd least like Mozzie Smith to have and consume over the course of this offseason, I think Ozempic would be the #1 thing. I'd rather him do the hardest of drugs.
Except cocaine.
I was going to say, some of those drugs will, like, make you not eat and will speed up your metabolism, then you'll get skinnier, too. Though.
Is that from your experience?
No, that's just from, like,
Are you kidding me? Look
society. Like, yeah.
The biggest evidence that you guys don't do drugs is your general figure.
Exactly. Yeah. Look, I mean, like, if anybody here would look like that could potentially be the truth about them, Eric, it would be you sitting in this room, just because of the figure.
Well,
that you
and
have, the girlish figure.
Kevin, of course.
Yeah, because we know like he's had to pop into rehab every so often or whatever else,
Dude,
and
Kyle
he'll always go. He always goes
drugs in years.
Throwing Yeomans under the bus, Peyton. Huh?
He'll always go. When he's doing crosstalk with y'all, he'll go, "Gentlemen, how is ya?"
He does do that.
Like
It's a telltale
that's
sign.
always the telltale sign. The nosebleeds. Like, I mean,
I
that's
did get
y'all's
the
nickname.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean,
it's on
certainly
brand
seems
for
to-
us.
Hey, he always misses work because of the Colombian flu.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Man,
what
I
it
had a
is.
stat of that last night as we were trying to get off of the
Gosh,
air.
the floodgates opened in Walchuk's nose
Good
yesterday,
God.
and it was just lathering up disgust in his
Oh my
mustache.
God.
And he was just
Brutal.
powering through the segment as if nothing was there.
I was waiting so bad to go blow my nose, and then finally Eric just called it out. And I'm like, okay, I'm leaving. I gotta go.
Gosh. Okay, so the Cowboys coaches spoke out at the start of this week, and one of the things they weighed in on was the weight of Mozzie Smith.
Okay.
Mike Zimmer talked about it a little bit. Before we get over to that side of the ball and talk a little bit about what Greg Ellis had to say as well, we've got some audio here of Brian Schottenheimer. So Schottenheimer was out there, talked about a number of different issues. We played some of it earlier this week. He said that CeeDee Lamb didn't need to be there right now. That wasn't anything that they were worried about because they felt like, hey, we know exactly the kind of work that CeeDee puts in. Not concerned about it at all. Talked about the running back by committee approach. Said, hey, that's the reality of it right now. We feel like we can get by on it. So the question that was asked of him, though, was, look, the offense has been pretty good, but you guys have lost some pieces and everything else. What does this offense need to do to get better? Last year it was all about Dak's interceptions and we want to run the damn ball before they got 6 weeks in the season and realized this doesn't work. We need to actually try and go back to some of these offensive concepts that work. So Brian Schottenheimer, what does the offense need to accomplish this offseason?
We got a lot of things to get better at. I think obviously the running game is something we want to improve. Last year we were a little off with some of our declarations and getting everybody on the same page with what the declaration is and how you communicate that and what our combination blocks look like. That's a big part of it. I think, getting the new pieces integrated into what we're trying to do. And then, from a route running standpoint, there's still room for growth. I think last year at the top of the route, we got grabbed some, and we need to be better at the top of the route, creating windows by being physical and getting people's hands off us at the top of the route. Those are some things that came out of that 3 months of self-scout study where you're looking at yourself. And right now it's more of that than plays. I mean, we kind of want to get through the plays. We do that quickly, but what are the areas that we need to get better from a scheme standpoint, but also fundamentally as well?
So you want to run the ball better. That's obvious. Sounds like, and it's interesting. I don't remember that being he says it happened in the self-scouting where they looked back at things, but I don't remember it being a big point of conversation during the year that we felt like, hey, the receivers aren't necessarily running the crispest of routes, or, we're not getting, some of these tight cuts or whatever else is going on with the route running. But because, it's been CeeDee Lamb, it's Brandon Cooks. Those are guys that
it was
high.
really, you're right about that. But for a while, it was just kind of CD. They didn't get Brandon Cooks.
But Cooks' tape
involved.
looked good at the time, even though
Cooks
he wasn't
looked like
getting
he
worked
was getting
in.
open,
Yeah.
just not getting thrown to. You're right, but nobody else really was any good in terms of creating separation.
And Gallup is not here any longer. So if you're talking about, okay, well, who are we potentially referencing? So maybe you could be referencing Cooks to some extent, if that's how Schottenheimer viewed it. Gallup isn't here anymore. Lamb, we know what he does. That's not a problem. So we're looking at, in all likelihood, he's talking about Jalen Tolbert.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about Kevontae Turpin.
Mm-hmm.
He may be talking about Jalen Brooks a little bit. And so those are kind of the names that we're looking at, talking about, hey, this is where it needs to be crisper and tighter and everything else. So to me, if that's the case, if he's saying that is a headline of our offense we want to be better at, we already know Lamb is receiver 1, Cooks is receiver 2. That to me says that's your collection of 3 guys that potentially are going to be your third wide receiver. If you're saying this is a priority, and the only guys he could be referencing as needing to improve how tight their route running is, and that's a top priority, that to me says that receiver 3 position will be Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin, or Jalen Brooks. And the question is, how comfortable are you with that?
Not comfortable. I do like the rookie that they took, Ryan Flournoy. I think he's got some potential. I think he's going to turn some heads when we get out there to Oxnard. But again, I don't think a rookie is going to come in and all of a sudden vault up the depth chart. They're probably going to ease him into things, much like they did Jalen Brooks last year. He wasn't a guy that was picked super high, 6th round guy. But yeah, this is all about Jalen Tolbert. This is one where it's like,
more than Turpin, you think?
Yes, you're going into year 3. I feel like Turpin is not a guy that they view. I think he's a situational piece that they like to play in the slot. I think that there's certain plays that Turpin can really have success at. And I think he showed, he is more than just a gadget type of player last year as a receiver. But I think that the guy that they drafted to take over this role is Jalen Tolbert. That is his job. He needs to go out there and earn it. That's what they should be hoping for.
I agree. I don't know how likely it actually is. It's probably more like what they're doing with the running back position, which is just wide receiver 3 sort of by committee to some extent. And there's packages that feature a little bit more Tolbert, a little bit more Turpin. We'll see if Brooks can rise to the occasion of the rookie that you're mentioning. But this is a glaring question mark as you look at the sort of the depth on this team. And a lot of these guys in the Tolbert realm of when they were drafted, where they were drafted, the age that they are, needing to really step up if this team wants to get back to a double-digit win team.
Well, and part of it, I wonder, is just that when you look at 12 personnel, for instance, is part of this going to be that they're going to function with 2 tight ends, 2 receivers on the field at times because their tight end.
Who's their second tight end?
Well, everybody's really excited about it.
Oh, John Stevens.
But everybody's really excited. Well, it's not just, you got to look at it. They've got Jake Ferguson. They drafted Luke Schoonmaker in the 2nd round. Obviously, it didn't go well the first year, but they also have had a history of tight ends slowly coming along before they hit that was Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, that's fair.
I didn't think Schultz was making the team going out into his 2nd year. That's how bad he was.
So Schoonmaker's here already. We know they've got Peyton Hendershot. They like John Stevens. Dak invested a lot of time at practice last year during the training camp period, and then further invested a lot of time in Princeton Fant.
Yeah,
and then they brought in the undrafted free agent that I think you were a fan of, one of the big tight ends,
Brevin Ford.
Yeah, and so
he's making the team.
I mean, if you've got a collection of guys like that, you might say we can find 2 tight ends and 2 receivers to do more effectively what we were asking 1 tight end and 3 receivers to do. So I do wonder if it just becomes a thing where it's like, no, it's going to be Cooks and Lamb and then a lot of 2 tight end looks. And that can benefit you potentially in the pass game if you feel like, hey, I've got 2 decent receiving threats at tight end, but also you're talking about some bigger packages and trying to do some things in the run game. You could potentially set it up to have more progress in the run game. Now,
I do love throwing out of the heavier packages. I think that's a great way to deceive a defense.
I mean, a lot of teams do run a lot of, deliberate pass concepts out of 12 personnel, running with 1 back and 2 tight ends. It's something that Philly, the year they won the Super Bowl a few years back, they ran, I think, more 2 tight end sets than anybody in football that year. And so it's definitely something that's a function of the passing game. It's something you can take advantage of. It's something that the Cowboys might need to lean on if they look at it and say, Tolbert, Brooks, and Turpin, none of them are ready.
Yeah, I just think that the same question you have about who's wide receiver 3 and how productive is that spot going to be, I think is the same question of after Jake Ferguson in the tight end room, how much are you getting out of Schoonmaker? How much are you getting out of a Hendershot if he even makes the team now that you've got a couple more bodies in here like Stevens and the undrafted guy who can actually block? And the tight ends couldn't, like Broadus tells us constantly, tight ends helped you in no way last year when it comes to blocking.
Very
so like a lot of improvement is going to be needed. I think it's a fair question. Maybe if the tight ends step up in a way that those wide receiver 3s don't, you get a little bit more dose of double tight end set. That's fine.
Yeah, and I think that when you're talking specifically about the idea of it's the same question of who's the third tight end, who's the second tight end, or who's the second tight end versus who's the third receiver, I think it is uncertain, but I think it's a different question in the sense that you're looking at it and saying you expect one of the tight ends will step up and you don't know who it is. With the receivers and receiver 3, you're wondering, are any of them going to step up? I feel like.
Gotcha.
You got
more options.
Are you confident in Scooney being a second year?
I was a really big fan of Schoonmaker coming out, but I was also a really big fan of Tolbert coming out. So I'm an idiot. That's part of it.
Glad you finally admitted it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the 214 says it every
Arrogant as
day.
hell as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I should spend more time studying the players than just talking my head off on day 3. So I think that, yeah, absolutely, they're going to find somebody to fill that role at the tight end. I do think that Jalen Brooks is a good player. Jalen Brooks was impressive to me during training camp last year. I don't know that he's going to step up and seize that receiver role, but
I'm with you.
I at least find him to be an intriguing option. Really quickly, Zimmer talking about Mozzie Smith. We know last year he came in 325, 330, right around there. He dipped below 300 pounds during the season. Mozzie Smith did, and it was confusing to everybody. We didn't get a lot of clarity about it. Zimmer said this week he lost a lot of weight when he got here. He was trying to be an attacking 3 technique and get up the field. He said his plan is we're going to probably play blocks a little more, try not to get reached so linebackers know where they're supposed to fit, so forth and so on. That's the biggest thing. That's what he did in college. When he was asked, okay, where's Mozzie Smith's weight at right now? Mike Zimmer said he told me he's like 305 right now, and he said I'll keep his ideal weight to me. So Zimmer doesn't even want to disclose what he wants to keep him at, probably to avoid any sort of distraction of questions of why is the weight down. But Mozzie Smith at least trending in the right direction a little bit here, getting up to 305, but you need him to be a space-eating 1 technique this year.
All 3 of those guys that were drafted, and they need to come through. Mozzie Smith, Jalen Tolbert, and, of course, Luke Schoonmaker at those positions. Hopefully, they end up hitting this year, and the Cowboys probably going to be better than we think, as we all had them going 9-8 yesterday when we did our win-loss.
Yeah, that's right. They're out to prove us wrong. They were putting a chip on their shoulder. We're providing them bulletin
low
board
expectations,
material.
under promise, over deliver. All right, let's get to the final hour, the power hour, the nosebleed seats takeover here on the morning show alongside Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell. Around the Rim coming up on the other side. Where are we going?
Who do you want in the next round? T-Wolves or Nuggets, plus the greatest THJ trolling in television history. That's next right here on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Scotty Scheffler, all the updates on what has been a wild morning in the PGA Championship. Fist pump time as it's the power hour, the final hour here. The nosebleed seats take over. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo, Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell. We got Ryan coordinating the video. Shout out to the Twolos and the Tolos. We love you.
I hate Bobby so much.
That's not a fist pump.
That's not safe
That
for
is a
work.
fist,
is what
and
that
I'm
is.
pumping.
That looks like you were doing
Just a
something
little
you
shake
shouldn't
weight.
be doing.
Doing a little shake weight, right?
I don't know.
Right to
Everybody
your
else,
face.
look. I had people cancel this. My fist pump just used to be this, like eye contact, very slowly in the fan cam, and people said they don't like it. So now I do the fist pump now.
What the hell? Okay, we're about to go around the rim. We've got David Hellman coming up at 9:20 Fox Sports. Of course, a Mike Bassick-led crosstalk in about 45 minutes. We got Corey Majors already in the Pimp Cup, setting up for KMC. Well, I should say the bullpen, really.
I was going to say, the Pimp Cup's back there.
Yeah, I'm just used to saying the Pimp Cup. Scotty Scheffler's issued a statement. If you're not, maybe just waking up, what's gone on with Scotty Scheffler this morning? What a morning for Scotty. As
he went to jail and made his tea time all in the same
he did.
morning.
All in one. But a statement from Scotty Scheffler, quote, this morning, I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, understandably. So considering the tragic accident that had occurred earlier, and there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hoping to put this to the side and focus on golf today. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament expressed our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away in the earlier accident this morning. It truly puts everything into perspective. That is from Scotty Scheffler, who's out there getting ready to tee off. He was detained, then arrested, then booked into the Louisville Metro Department of Corrections, charged with assault of a police officer, criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from an officer directing traffic, and was released about an hour and 12 minutes afterwards. So very, very crazy morning for Scotty Scheffler and the PGA Tour.
My thing is, once the cop attaches himself to your vehicle, where shouldn't that be the end of the confusion of what he's asking you to do and where he's asking you to go?
I believe so. Yes, I think that's a fair.
That's what I would think.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It just seems like that's the obvious thing. Like, oh, he's not actually telling me to go.
This guy is definitely wanting me to stop the car.
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, this guy thinks he can like tug of war my vehicle to stay here. I should probably stop.
It is a hell of a ballsy move there from the officer to latch onto a moving vehicle.
It is. Before we go to Around the Rim, I need to give a couple quick shout outs really fast. First one to the shirt that you're wearing. We've got again
Keller.
Final 8 teams in the playoffs. We got our official girls softball team of the morning show, Keller Softball, taking on Plano West tonight. Who you don't like Plano West at all.
By the way,
you don't stand for Plano West at all.
My Plano Wildcats out there, get us some Plano Wildcat gear. East
Come on.
to send in some
I've got some
baseball
Plano
hats.
East. I've got some Keller.
I want to rep our maroon with pride here at 105.3 The Fan. Come on, Plano Wildcat Nation. I need you.
I believe we have coming our way. In fact, let me look here. Yeah, right now we've got Lake Worth gear being sent our way now.
All right.
So everybody's stepping up. But shout out to Keller. Good luck tonight taking on Plano West. If they win there, they're going to Austin next week for the Final Four in softball. So good luck to them. And then shout out to Leonard from
Leonard.
Leonard showed up to y'all's remote the other day, and he was out there working. He delivers flowers, and he came by. He was very nice. So while half of everyone is out there just teeing off, they're not big fans of mine, which is, I like it. I like the interaction.
I like it.
Leonard did. Leonard was a big fan and literally brought me flowers. He said, here's some flowers you can give your wife.
Very sweet.
I told Leonard I'd shout him out. He said he listens. He gets in the car at like 6:30, and he said he is tuned into the station through the rest of the day till his deliveries are done.
Heck yeah, Leonard.
Nice.
So thank you, Leonard.
It was a great day in Flower Mound.
That's
Southern Leisure
awesome.
Spas and Patio on
It
Wednesday.
was.
All the Tolos. It was amazing. Shout out to Trevor for bringing the freeze-dried candy.
Dude, that freeze-dried
huge
candy
hit for my kids
took it.
and my wife.
I bet the kids loved it and the wifey loved it. It's pretty cool what they're doing with the freeze-dried candy.
They're revolutionizing the sport of
The
candy.
Nerds Cluster one looked really cool. We're 2.5 minutes away from Scotty teeing off right now as he's walking over to the tee box. He is not wearing the orange jumpsuit. I know people were asking about that. It is disappointing. What do you say? Can we go around the rim?
We are going to open up a rim sesh here, but Peyton did a research project for us today. We got to get the the details on the bona fides here when it comes to the box score of consumption for John Daly yesterday, who had he was 11 over for the round at Valhalla yesterday. It was 4 Snickers candy bars, we're assuming king size, 2 packs of heaters, assuming Marlboro Reds, and 2 bottles of Coke, which we're assuming to be liters. So what do we need to know about what he did to his body yesterday and probably aging 2 years in one round worth of golf?
Yeah, quite impressive from John Daly. But the calorie count for the 4 Snickers and 2 liters of Coke, 2,002 calories.
Okay,
I think the daily intake is 2,000.
Yeah,
right?
the recommended, yes.
So he did that in a round of golf.
You got to think he had a monster breakfast and a huge Hooters outing for dinner. So he was probably pushing 5-6.
But that's it?
Cows.
I was thinking like I would think that would total up to more than 2,000.
More calories?
4 Snickers are 1,200 calories.
Wait till you, and these are king size, right?
Yeah, these are king size.
Okay, what about the sugar intake? This is where it's going to just rock our socks.
All right, sugar is 344 grams of sugar.
It's too much sugar.
Oof,
that is too
A
much
lot
sugar.
of sugar there.
That's like a lifetime's worth.
And then the pack of cigs, I mean, man, I don't know what that does for your lungs.
0 calories.
0 calories.
Yeah, that's a
Doesn't
zero.
count,
That's a 0 calorie snack right there.
But yeah, that's what we got there on the box score.
Thank you very, very much. We'll get to David Hellman of Fox Sports, our good buddy, talking football and Cowboys here in a few minutes. But right now, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed despite how early it is in the morning. It's time for the adults to go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves extend the series versus the Nuggets by winning by almost 50 points.
And the Timberwolves are headed to Sunday for their second ever Game 7. Final score, Timberwolves 115, Nuggets 70.
I mean, this was just a bludgeoning from start to finish. Never did the Nuggets feel like they stood a chance in this game. By about 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Coach Michael Malone of the Nuggets just pulled all the starters and said, all right, we're going to punt on this one. We're going to live for a Game 7 in our house right here. It was an absolute no-show to the point of, like, jarring. I can't believe you guys are champions. I can't believe you guys have the MVP. In no way did anyone think for a single second you guys were even going to come within 20 in this game.
Yeah, look, Michael Porter Jr. looked a lot more like Jonte Porter yesterday. Looked like he was definitely trying to hit some unders, and like the whole team was. And that's
Jamal Murray was really bad.
Whew, he was awful. I mean, the whole team was just pitiful. This is I'm trying to look this up right now. I believe the game earlier in the series that they played with the Timberwolves where they scored 80, I think that was their lowest point total of the year. And so I think in this series,
that sounds probably right.
It was. Okay, so it was. So the Timberwolves in November held them to 89. That was their third lowest point total of the year. So you're talking about 3 of their 6 lowest point totals of the year have come at the hands of Minnesota.
Jeez, man, they got their number a little bit. I mean, the first 2 games of that series looked like Minnesota was going to run away with it.
Cruise control.
Then they flipped it on its ear a little bit, and now it's tied. It's going to Game 7. That's exactly, as a Mavs fan, what you wanted to see here. Make them have to play an extra 4 quarters, put that on their body. Hopefully the Mavericks take care of business at home tomorrow versus the Thunder. But who would you guys like? Are you still want to see the Timberwolves because they're not the battle-tested champions like the Nuggets, or like who do you want to see in the Western Conference Finals, assuming the Mavericks?
I mean, Denver's a better basketball team.
Yeah,
It's not about the experience only. It's Denver's just a better basketball team, I think. But, I mean, if you want to talk about the matchup of Minnesota and Dallas and that kind of physicality and that type of, like, those games might struggle to score 100 points.
Maybe, which has been okay. I mean, the Mavs defense has been really, really good. And Luka historically just owns Rudy Gobert. So I guess I'd still want the T-Wolves.
Well, here was Anthony Edwards after the game. They lose, obviously, Game 5. It looks like the series has been completely taken away from them. But Anthony Edwards was apparently confident after Game 5 before taking care of business in Game 6. Here he was after the game last night.
Did you really tell the locker room staffer in Denver you were going to be back for
Hell yeah. They know I was in there. Yeah, I told them. I said, I'll see y'all for Game 7.
Typical Anthony Edwards fashion.
Crotch first
being
confidence,
hilarious, being awesome, and showing up and playing some good basketball yesterday.
Yeah, what was that? We were all so impressed with how Anthony Edwards was acting in the movie Hustle. I was like, man, he's
that's just himself.
How convincing he is Kermit Wiltz. And it's like, oh no, that's Anthony Edwards. Yeah, they probably told him it was a real basketball game, and they just put like a secret camera on him. He didn't even realize he was doing a character.
He did crush it in that, but I loved it. And the leadership he was showing last night, the TNT crew aired it during the game. You know, they're up, and he's coming over and encouraging the guys. You know what happened previously. We got to make sure we stand on their throat here and finish this thing off. And he's been fantastic. It's certainly been a breakout postseason for Anthony Edwards. For people that weren't buying in, they're buying in now.
They absolutely are. You have a great trolling situation. There was a hilarious sequence for THJ in the previous game where it's Mavs and Thunder at the end of the first quarter.
That opening clip, the rain dance, let it rain, that's THJ, isn't it?
It might as well be.
Yeah.
He had a sequence where he shoots a three and hits the top of the backboard. And then it's an offensive rebound, Mavs, kick back out to THJ, and he thinks, yes, the best thing for our team right here in this moment is for me to shoot the ball again. And once again, he hits nothing but backboard. And it was funny, and it was viral. And now I've never had more respect for the white-collar crimester that is Craig Carton on his show on FS1, where THJ's father is a part of his crew, I guess. He's one of the analysts on the show, where they bring him in from time to time for basketball analysis. I don't know, but they pull up the sequence for his dad to see, and then they just start making fun of his son to his face. This is my favorite roasting since the Brady roast.
Who taught this guy how to shoot a basketball? All right, let's see the video. That's Mavericks last night. There's a jump shot. Ooh, hit the side of the backboard.
Yeah, I saw that.
No problem, though.
I saw both of them. Watch this. Watch this one, though. Watch this one.
Yeah, isn't it?
I almost texted him on this one. I almost texted him on that one. I was like, what's wrong? What happened?
Junior only took 6 shots in last night's game, made 2 of them, but that's kind of going
after
viral.
that shot, he made one in the corner.
Yes.
Yeah, but the first 2, they was horrific. Wow. I was about to text him, but I don't want to text him. So when he come in the middle game, he's like, "What you talking about?" So I just leave him alone. But he will get a text from me today.
Yeah, there you go.
That's awesome.
Is Timmy checking his phone in the middle of the game?
Oh, that's commonplace.
Yeah, probably.
These days. That's commonplace.
I
mean, D'Angelo Russell was just going over from the floor, and then the camera pans to him moments later, and he's on the bench scrolling through his timeline. Like, that was happening on the court, basically. These guys go into the locker room, they're looking at stuff. 100%.
I mean, look, I generally don't take anything Craig Carton has to take seriously. The one area where I will is basketball, because I know, like, look, those playground games in Rikers, they get very intense. And so, like, I mean, you see some quality basketball there. And so I would trust that he might know what good basketball looks like based on that. So I'll take him seriously on some basketball.
Yeah,
but
usually everything he says is terrible and foolish, and we can just make fun of. This was pretty spot on and hilarious as well. But you never know. That's the thing with THJ. As crazy as it is, you watch him just absolutely airball. I'm going to get my own rebound, shoot it up again, and it might look even worse. Maybe he goes off for 20, and they win on Game 6.
It's a confidence we could all aspire to.
Yeah, usually Craig Carton's a little fraudulent, but I mean, typically it's wire fraud. It's not necessarily what he's saying. You know, it's that kind of thing, and it's conspiracy to not conspiracies that he spits on the ear, but like conspiracy to commit crimes, and ends up in the pen for it.
Speaking of committing crimes, how does this read to you? The Chet Holmgren look-like situation that Jimmy Buckets decided to tweet out during the game the other night and made him go viral, saying that Chet Holmgren looked like Abraham Lincoln if he was dealing coke at the University of Miami. Wow.
I do like that.
I think that is pretty dang spot on.
Yeah, see, the thing that was Abraham Lincoln would have been at the University of Miami because that was in the South.
All right. Thank you, historian.
Thank you, Bobby.
Let's get to a little Mavericks history here. Former coach Rick Carlisle getting prepped for his Pacers to try and keep the series alive versus Jalen Brunson's Knicks. What's the game plan here, Rick?
And what do you have to tell your team differently heading into a game like that to either ignore it or shake it off as a player?
Play hard. That's what we got to do. That's what New York did in Game 5.
How hard do you want Ty to fight denials. Like when he gets off the ball and then he gets denied again, what's kind of the sweet spot for him for getting the ball back in his hands versus letting his teammates do what they need to do?
The sweet spot is go rebound the ball and, not take it out of the net, and things will be a lot different.
Man.
I like that there from Rick, dude. Keeping it matter of
Not
fact.
sugarcoating it at all.
Shooting straight. That's who he is. It's what he does. And we learned this from Brendan Haywood a few weeks back in the G-Bag Nation. Rick Carlisle, superstition, tapes his ankles before every game the same way a player might. So there's a little Rick Carl fun fact.
Boy, our old coaches just getting a little flippant, a little direct, mouthy, talking about stuff. Ron Washington first, now Rick Carlisle. It's they're not taking it, man.
Another guy who gets a little mouthy from time to time, our buddy David Hellman, Fox Sports, going to join us on the other side. Shout out to Scotty Scheffler. He's now joined Tiger Woods, John Daly, and Scooter McGavin in my mugshots that are side by side, and it is kind of a hilarious photo. He's getting ready to tee off right now. Mug Scotty. We'll talk with David Hellman next on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments.
Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333, 3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Our football friend from Fox Sports, formerly of DallasCowboys.com, David Hellman, set to join us here on the DNM Leasing Hotline. We'll get to crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up here in just a few minutes, sending you into your weekend here on 105.3 The Fan as we welcome Dave Hellman into the program. I imagine on West Coast time, waking up early for us. Thank you, Dave. I hope you've had a better morning than Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, no, I think Scotty had an amazing morning. I mean, what a story. Like, to go from the slammer to the fairway, like, that's good. Like, I'm pumped for him that he gets to add that story to his growing legend. Yeah, which, crazy. Like, I woke up earlier this morning and saw it at like 4 o'clock West Coast time. Like, goodness gracious. Yeah, I'm having a less eventful morning than Scotty, that's for sure.
This has to be a one-of-one historical situation. The first ever dude making it behind bars and making his tee time all within a matter of hours.
Yeah,
this is the first of its kind.
If it was tee time and not playing field, yeah. Well, I guess like never actually ended up. I guess Calvin Joseph never actually ended up behind bars, but
I guess.
Well done, Dave.
Go Tigers, Dave.
Go Tigers.
Go
Dave,
Tigers, baby. That's right.
I did want to ask you, as a draft show alum, I don't know if you got to really indulge in any of our draft coverage over the 3 days, but I was hoping we made you proud. I wonder if you could grade our performance, but maybe specifically Bobby's in the last 3 hours of day 3.
I checked in with y'all a couple times. I had other obligations that weekend, so I couldn't listen to the whole thing. I heard Bobby was just masterful there down the home stretch. That's what I was told.
He carried the program on my back, Dave.
Great teammate. Just always willing to do what's asked of him. Yeah, really a stupendous job. Really making me very proud, because pettiness over everything, and I think Bobby gets that, and that's why we're such good friends.
Yeah,
so, I was very proud.
Well, me carrying the show like that, like I did, Dave. I think that's how kind of I get a big head, and some might say I'm arrogant for that. It's just because, like, those performances that I put out there. Yeah,
not you. Nobody would ever say that about you.
Well, I mean, one person said it at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day. But anyway, Zach, go ahead.
So that schedule release, Dave, what stood out to you about that?
I'm just glad it's over. I know it's a little too inside baseball, but like, I can't. I mean, I'm excited about the schedule in the very practical sense that now the season feels real. You can plan your road trips if you're going to go on one, or if you've got a wedding this fall, which game is, going to conflict with the wedding. There are practical reasons for it, but beyond that, I just don't really care. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is, my neighbor's dog is barking at me. Sorry about that. This is what happens when we walk our dogs in the morning. No, I think Aaron Rodgers is such a perfect example. You got 4 plays out of him last year. Why did we spend the entire offseason hyping all of that up? And, the Jets had 7 primetime games. They now have 6 this year. Hopefully it works out better than it did last year. But, yeah, in terms of getting excited, I just can't do it. I just can't.
Dave, is this is something that we've kicked around recently with Archer, John Machota, just various people. Is this the lowest odds we've seen at any point during Dak Prescott's career about the idea of him being here long term? Like it feels very much like things are legitimately up in the air, more than they normally would be in a contract negotiation where we might feel like people are trying to find power plays or leverage points. This genuinely feels like this could come to a divorce at some point, even if it's not necessarily the likely scenario. It definitely feels like it's a possibility now.
Yeah, I think it's the most real that it's ever felt for me. And I'm not willing to say that it's going to happen, but it's starting to feel more likely than not to me. And the thing I realized a couple weeks ago is at the end of the day, it's really not up to the Cowboys at all, which is a weird thing to think about, because that's typically the way this stuff goes, where the Cowboys act like tough guys, and they say all the wrong things, and like they don't want to do the deal. But then eventually cooler heads prevail, and like when the deadline gets closer, the deal gets done and everybody's happy and it's kumbaya. But like the thought occurred to me the other day that the Cowboys could make Dak what they see as a very fair offer this summer. They could offer to pay him $60 million a year. They could offer to set him at the top of the quarterback market. And Dak could still say no to that because he has that kind of leverage. Like, he has the no tag clause. They can't stop him from hitting free agency. They can't do anything about it. So if Dak and his people are like, no, we want the whole thing guaranteed, or we want 95% of it guaranteed. And if the Cowboys balk at that, there's nothing they can do. So it's just wild to think that they could make him an incredible offer, and it might not be good enough if he thinks that he could do that on the open market. If Dak hits the open market, remember Kirk Cousins did it when he went to Minnesota 4 or 5 years ago. Like, he could just be like, I want my entire contract guaranteed. And I only want to sign for like 3 years. So like he could sign like a 3-year, $200 million contract that's fully guaranteed. Not sure if anybody would actually give him that, but he could go after it. So it's crazy to think that. I really think the ball is out of the Cowboys' court, in the sense of like it's totally up to Dak whether he wants to sign what they offer him and if they're willing to meet those demands. So yeah, I think it's about as likely as it's ever felt for me that this is heading toward a separation.
It's Dave Hellman with us here in the on 105 through the Fan. Almost said in the G-Bag Nation. So used to that as we're in the morning. Is the rumor of, I think it was your co-host or your coworker Nick Wright throughout, like Belichick and Dak together going to the Giants? I mean, is that something that you could wrap your head around?
I can't really wrap my head around Dak being anywhere but Dallas, obviously. I mean, the guy was drafted there. He spent his whole career here. So, like, any team that he winds up on, it's going to seem weird to me. But I actually, for Fox Sports, maybe 2 weeks ago, I sat down and I tried my best to, like, think about the logical landing spots for Dak. And I came up with like 7 teams ranging from very, like, from obvious to not so obvious. And like, I think for a lot of reasons, I think the Giants topped the list. I don't know about Bill Belichick, but in terms of a quarterback, like, it seems very obvious to me what the Giants are doing, which is keeping their powder dry for 2025. Daniel Jones's guarantees expire after this year. So starting in 25, they can cut him and it's not going to affect their books. They'll save like $20 million on the cap. The dead cap won't be very large. Obviously, they didn't draft a quarterback this year. They drafted Malik Neighbors. So their offense is starting to look like it's in good shape. I say starting to, it's definitely not great. But, they spent a ton of money on the offensive line in free agency. They've got Andrew Thomas, so they probably feel like that's coming along. You add a blue-chip talent like Neighbors to your receiver core, and if you're willing to pay Dak what he wants, you drop him in there, and I think it makes the Giants instantly competitive. Obviously, and, Brian Daboll, offensive-minded head coach, helped develop Josh Allen. I'm positive Brian Daboll could come up with a good scheme to build around Dak Prescott. So it makes sense on a lot of levels. I don't know if it's the likeliest destination, but I do think it's one of the most obvious.
Dave, true or false, Ezekiel Elliott leads the Cowboys in carries for this upcoming season?
Oof, what a bleak question. No, I'm gonna say no. Or if he does, it'll be by a negligible number. I think, assuming nothing changes, assuming they don't add somebody or trade for somebody or something, I would guess it'll be Rico, or like Rico and Zeke will be the leaders in the clubhouse. And I bet it would be pretty close. Like, I'm going to guess the Cowboys leading ball carrier finishes with like somewhere between 130 and 150 carries, something like that. So, yeah, like Rico and Zeke, I see as being at the top of the pecking order.
Dave, when you look at this offseason, everybody obviously got all worked up by the all-in comments, and everyone seems to be on this evaluation period now of a one-year deal, like all your main players and everything else, and coaches for that matter. But when you take a look at that and see people saying they've lost a lot of depth, they didn't have enough to replace it, they didn't play in free agency, it's hard to make the argument for a lot of people right now that this team is better than it has been in the last couple of years. If we end the season and things are better, if they're a better football team by the time the 2024 season ends, they're better equipped heading into the playoffs, why will that be? What do you think is going to fall into place for this team this year that you would say, okay, that was an unforeseen part of this that was possible, but you weren't necessarily banking on it and it hit?
Okay, I have two thoughts to that. I mean, number one is obviously just if these draft picks hit on the offensive line. I mean, if Tyler Guyton is a dude with a capital D, then if Cooper Beebe is a solid center, I mean, if those guys are, I'm not going to say Guyton's going to be a one of one for Tyron, but like if Beebe is an improvement on Tyler Biotish right away, and now you have 2 all-pro guards and a plus center, that's really exciting in terms of what your offense could be, obviously from a run game perspective, but also just protecting the pocket for Dak and making his life easier. And if Tyler Guyton is at least good, like I said, I don't think it's fair to compare him to Tyron Smith on day one, but if he's at least good and not a liability, I think that would be huge. And then the Mike Zimmer effect, obviously. I mean, you already know your pass rush should be plus with Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. If he can shore up the other aspects of it, have the defense be less leaky against the run, less boom or bust in terms of, guys hunting for big plays, and when it doesn't work out, explosive things happen. I mean, if he can correct some of that stuff, I think the floor is higher for the defense. So I think those two things would be my answer. But my point is, and I keep going back to that because you'll see people say like, oh, every year we wring our hands about this, and every year the Cowboys win 12 games. My thing is, who cares? I don't care if you win 12 games.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's awesome that you can do it, and it is an impressive. It's impressive to be that stable and that consistent.
Yeah.
But nothing you can do in the regular season will convince me that you're ready to hang with the big boys because you've proven 3 years in a row that you can't. So they could win 13, and I don't think we're doing our jobs the right way if we are overly impressed by that, honestly, because it's all going to be about January. So, and are those improvements enough to overcome the San Franciscos of the world? I don't know. I tend to not think so. It would be incredibly impressive if they prove me wrong.
Spitting fire there, Dave. I agree with you. Regular season right now for them, it's what do you do in the postseason? I got one last one for you, but you brought up Mike Zimmer and Mozzie with all the weight loss. He's coming off the shoulder surgery. What do you think about Zim helping out Mozzie? Expectations for year 2?
This sounds mean, but it's in the same boat as the schedule release for me in the terms of just like, I can't bring myself to care about stuff we're saying in May. And I mean, like, I'm jaded because I've done this for 10 years, and I know we need content, right? Like, I'm not begrudging anybody that. Like, of course, we've got to talk about this, and there's so much time to fill before the season kicks off. You can't just ignore it. But man, I've done this song and dance so many times. Like, I remember so many training camps where it was, but Byron Jones is about to be an all-pro at safety, and it's going to make the difference. And Malik Collins is finally going to meet his potential at defensive tackle, and it's going to make the difference. Like, hopefully, that would be great. But I don't care about banking on the potential. Fortunately, and I don't mean this in a mean way. I really don't, because, like, defensive tackle is a hard position to transition to. I'm not giving up on Mozzie Smith, but he is in the fortunate situation where, like, anything is an improvement over what he gave you as a rookie. So if Mike Zimmer can develop him into a useful player who plays somewhere between like 30 and 60% of the snaps, like I said, that's an improvement over what you were getting. So fortunately for him, there's nowhere to go but up. But I've done this too many times to be sitting here, banking on somebody's potential as a reason to get excited.
Yeah. I mean, it's the art of setting the bar low. It's just it was
hey,
heady play by
if you don't
Mozzie.
have if you don't have expectations, then anything will make you happy. And I think that's always a good way to look at like year two guys. Mike McCarthy loves to talk about the year two jump, and in some cases he's right. Like guys do make a year two jump, and it can be a big deal. But I'm just going to hang out and wait and see which one of them makes that leap, rather than sitting here concocting reasons why it could be Mozzie Smith or why it could be Luke Schoonmaker. Like I'm perfectly content to just wait and see.
Well, you go have yourself a damn good weekend there, Dave. We appreciate the time as always, bro.
Anytime, fellas. Good talking to you.
Love you, Davey.
Sir.
Bye.
There he goes, Dave Hellman of Fox Sports, our Cowboys buddy. How about this? Reports from Valhalla. Scotty Scheffler was in jail 2 hours ago, has now birdied his first hole of the day. Fans chanting his name, electric crowd, and today's viewership is alleging to be up super, super big in honor of what Scotty
Caitlin Clark numbers, man.
has participated in. And
Just following the script.
How about Darren Ravel revealing the last sentence of the Scheffler police report? Quote, Detective Gillis's uniform pants valued at approximately $80 were damaged beyond repair.
Oh, he
That's what
crapped
happens.
himself.
That's what happens when you hang on to a moving vehicle, Bleep Paul. Let's go ahead and crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. Baskey leads it next here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're live at the Globe, we being myself, Gavin Dawson, Brian Broaddus, and Lucius Allen.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Anyone else? This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, it's the Mike Bassett Crosstalk, and I have two topics. First topic just came to me. One of my pet peeves, because this isn't Mike Likes It. This is
when
just
people drive
crosstalk.
on the median and they're like, I got to get in.
Well, I do that to get here.
What? Yeah. You drive on the median to get here? Why?
Shut your mouth.
You're a hero.
Doesn't make sense.
You have to get here, and there's people trying to get on 75. I'm like, I'm not trying to get on 75. I just need to get to this exit. And there's this huge median that I'm like, I'll just use this to get to the exit because I'm not sitting in this traffic for another 8 minutes just to get to this exit that's a quarter of a mile away.
Damn right. I mean, look, Corey, we won't understand. We're not getting asked for autographs while driving.
There's a little Scotty Scheffler.
People are always hunting down Mike.
Yep. Yeah, very
The next
Scotty
thing,
Scheffler.
Pet peeve. Just a minute ago, before we went on the air, in this small little room, there's multiple conversations going on at one time.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin, you know this about me, and then I can pass this along to everybody. I just leave the room. I can't right now. But I cannot take if somebody's talking to me about a conversation and there's another conversation 4 feet away from me. I'm like, nope, wait, or I'm just leaving the room. This is too much for me.
Even if it's not directed at him. Yeah. Like if we're just talking, like me and Eric,
guys are talking,
and he's like, no, stop.
I'm eavesdropping, trying to have your conversation, but you're kind of in the mix on this one a little bit.
Ooh, that sounded a little interesting, but I'm not really part of that. I'm having a conversation. Yeah, it is. It's confusing.
Yeah, so I just pretty much leave the room at that point and go, nope. If there's one conversation in this room, if we want to have our conversation, we have to go to another room.
I don't know. What you do when your wife
Do you
starts
tell
chewing
the other
chips
person
or-
that?
Yes, he's told me that before when when Bobby's come in to talk to you.
Yeah.
And Mike and I are talking, Mike will say, we have to stop until he leaves. the room."
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and so like because this is I don't know, it seems like just a double standard, Mike.
Okay.
Because like when we're in the car going to Oxnard, like you were wanting to shut down everything else that was going on so that you could talk.
Yeah.
And then
One conversation.
And then the chips. You don't like the chips being eaten on the air, but then you eat chips while Sandler's crying after the
popcorn,
World
Bob.
Series.
It's
popcorn.
Whatever. It's the same thing. So it feels like it feels like it's very Mike focused is the thing. It's not that
I'm
it's
not
wrong.
telling you that at times I'm not very selfish and self-centered. It was opening up candies. That's what the main thing
Halloween
was.
I mean, I loved it. It was the
November
funniest.
1st, 2023. We'll never forget. It's the day that Halloween candy goes 50 to 75%
Yes,
off.
that's the day. That's the reason.
And the Rangers won the World Series.
Celebrate
like a champion.
I'll
Remember the 1st of November.
I'll remember Eric swinging his towel because he didn't quite hear what one of the callers said, and he's like,
Very Harrison Butker of him.
"Oh, Oh, man.
Okay, so now here's the next topic in crosstalk. I heard you guys talking about the NBA players going, wait a second. They know what's going on during the game, like they're checking their
checking
phones.
the phones, yeah.
So I remember JJ Redick's podcast. He was saying his last few years in the league, what happens at halftime is everybody goes to their locker and they just check their phone for 10 minutes. That's all they do.
Wow.
And the coach at times just needs 2 minutes of their time or 3 minutes of their time to give them a couple of things he'd like to see in the second half. And JJ Redick, as a veteran player, I think I don't know if it was the Mavericks. It might have been Mavericks or New Orleans because those were kind of his last two stops.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of like, hey, I understand. I want to check my phone too just to make sure everything's okay. I have little kids just to make sure nothing's going on at the house or anything with the family, this and that. But most of the guys are checking Twitter to see what people are saying about them for the game. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
But that's what I say the kids, because I'm 46. So that's what 19 to 30-year-old kids / young men do at halftime. They're checking to see what social media is saying about them or their game or whatever. So that's literally what they do at halftime. But JJ Redick said, guys, do that. But let's give our coaching staff 3 minutes of our time at halftime so they can do their job and let us know what we want to do. Now, what I don't know, Bobby, this is my question to you.
Mm-hmm.
JJ Redick has fully explained what happens at halftime of a basketball game. It's time to check social media. Do you know if that is happening with football teams?
I know some guys have. I don't know if it's rampant, like everybody goes in there and checks it, but I also know the halftime adjustment, football people tell you all the time that's a myth. They're like, there's such little time to get down there. Most guys are going to the bathroom or something real quick. It's more kind of a pep talk. It's like a reset of like, guys, all right, let's just go out there and play our game. Like it's that kind of a thing rather than any sort of schematic thing. I do now that, because whenever you hear halftime adjustment talk, I guess you can't do that in basketball either if they're not actually getting halftime adjustments. Or what I think it is like, what if some of these it's a credit to whatever's in their Twitter mentions, like, stop shooting the ball, you effing moron. And so then Tim stops shooting 3-pointers in the second half.
So we just needed to show him his playoff highlight video.
We need to start giving the coaching adjustments in their Twitter mentions for halftime. I think that's what needs to happen.
Well, I mean, I can't imagine being a player if you know you did not just have a good first half. Yeah. Why in the heck would you go?
I don't need to see that. Mentally, it's not going to be good for me.
Well, here's the question, I guess. How many people in our society now, let's just take 40 and under. I know that I'm above that, and there are times, I'm going to admit this, that there's times where I look for validation through social media.
We all do.
Yeah.
How much do you think now that, let's say, high school kids, college kids, and then young adults?
Oh, yeah, that's a great point.
Their only validation is through social media.
Yeah. Am I doing a good job?
Which
how many views am I getting? Likes am I getting? Yeah, that positive
am I not getting
feedback.
more?
Right.
Start blaming the algorithm a little bit. I've pointed the finger at times.
I think there's a lot of different reasons. In the Grant Halliburton Foundation by Eric Nadell's birthday bash last night.
And how was it? Was it awesome?
It was amazing. I'm sorry I'm forgetting the first lady who played. She was awesome. Leslie, I think, is her first name. I'm just forgetting her last name. And then you had Rhett Miller
Leslie
of
Gore.
the old 97s. Was that her name?
No.
That's what I was thinking.
I know it wasn't Leslie.
Lisa Leslie.
And it was just awesome. Rhett Miller, old 97s, Eric Nadell. The foundation is amazing because if you don't know what the Grant Halliburton Foundation is, and Eric Nadell came on.
Leslie Mendelson, by the way.
Mendelson, thank you very much. It's about trying to prevent suicide from kids in high school, maybe even a little bit younger than that. But it was like there was a stat that says the second biggest cause now of death for kids aged 10 to 24 is suicide.
Jeez.
I don't know what the first one is, but
I think it's hippos.
But I don't think so.
Man, what a fascinating time for a joke. I like it.
What a fascinating.
But and there's no way to go
Might be
back.
coffee pods. I
There's
don't
no
know.
way to go back. But I think when we hear about NBA basketball players, most of them only get validation through social media during the game and after the game. How much that causes people to look at their self-worth and go, I'm not worth
I think you're right.
something.
Yeah.
I think the trickle down about A lot of things has to do with that, but I should probably just keep that to myself.
I mean, the whole validation thing, like the Cowboys believe that's why they've had certain guys fail in the past, is because they get like rabbit ears where they're just so in tune to what's being said. That's why a lot of folks with the Cowboys will tell you, you can't tell people to block out the noise. What you have to do is you have to start teaching them how to deal with the noise. Like the blocking out the noise is impossible. It has to be how to deal with the noise.
Yeah, I mean, apparently Brian Windhorst has not seen a single mention of his on social media in over a decade. He refuses. He mutes
Pump that music up a little bit, Peyton. They're not getting that. They need to stop freaking
10
talking.
seconds. What's coming up on the show?
Brian Ray joins us at 11 o'clock to talk hockey from Bally Sports. You know Bally Sports, Mike.
Heck yeah.
And right out of the gate, we get the Mavs and Stars making history tonight and tomorrow
fellas.
and Saturday.
Enjoy your weekend, and hopefully we don't Denver Nugget Game 6. All right.
Yep.
Next.
Thanks, buddy. Love you.
Hectic morning. We've got you. Listen back to any segment on our Fan Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I might switch up my first question just a little bit. I'm really curious where the Tolos, the Twolos, the YouTubers are on this. It is also a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053, franklinfirm.com text line. If you want to get involved, have you ever been arrested for a traffic violation?
No. No.
I've definitely gotten tickets before.
Okay. I've never been arrested.
I was with somebody once who got arrested for a traffic violation.
You've been arrested, though.
I have been arrested. That was for shoplifting. Not cool. But
you got arrested?
No, not cool that I was shoplifting.
Okay.
It's very...
So if you had to do it all over again...
I would not have shoplifted.
Why?
So I didn't do bad things. And
Dude, look at that. It's like you have thought about what you did wrong and made I don't know what the word is here that I'm trying to look for, but you thought about it.
I did.
It's like when I send my kid and I'm like, go, you're grounded. You go to your room. He's like, why am I going to my room? To think about what you've done. He comes out and he's like, you grounded me for no reason. I'm like, you obviously didn't learn anything. But you, Kevin, got arrested and learned something.
I did. I thought through it.
You relate to the situation in more than one way because you've also tried to pull someone through their window, right?
That is, look.
That's true.
That is the one part
That is true.
I might be the poorest person to speak on. And because I was like, when somebody tried to steal from our Blockbuster, I definitely try to pull them out of the window of their car. So I do get that. But
you wanted to be the long arm of the law.
I was with a person once. We were driving and we got pulled over, and I didn't know, what the driving infraction was. And then the driver really started to tense up, and we were like, it'll be okay, dude. And he's like, no, I got like a whole bunch of warrants and stuff for unpaid traffic violations. And so apparently he had like a lot of tickets stacked up, and he got arrested in that instance.
Did you have to walk home?
No, there was somebody else who could drive. His girlfriend could drive his car.
They're showing the video. I can't stand my throat right now on ESPN of Scotty Scheffler getting handcuffed, and taken to a car. This is only a question. I guess police officers do listen. We met an awesome police officer yesterday out in Fort Worth.
We did.
If the person is, I don't know, just willing to go into the back of the car, is it still mandatory that you handcuff them and everything? If they're like, all right, well, let's go down to the police station.
I'm not sure about that. I'm sorry.
That's why I guess
when I
I'm
sat in the back
asking.
of a police car, I definitely got handcuffed.
Okay.
But I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, he was definitely resisting.
No, I was not resisting.
Don't lie, Kevin.
Resisted arrest?
No, I definitely did not.
Stop resisting, Kevin.
You thought you could run? Is that you were like, I could make it?
No. Definitely
There's
not.
a creek over there. I'm gonna hide in it.
Definitely. What is this? The Fugitive?
Oh.
I definitely did not.
Prison Break.
You'll be proud, Corey. Other people have learned from the 806. I got pulled over for a traffic violation and I was arrested because I was also drinking.
Okay.
Never again. And so I do appreciate people who have made some levels of mistake and try to learn from what they did. Now, I realize the level of mistake probably matters a lot, but I appreciate people trying to learn and get better.
Yes, learning's important, man. Learning is definitely important in these situations.
From the 972, yes, by law, they must handcuff you. From the 214, handcuffs are mandatory. So multiple people saying, yes, if that is the case, then handcuffs are mandatory. You've already seen, I know we've seen the video. You've already heard different sides of the story from the police department and Scheffler, who was like, I was just following where they were telling me to go. And the police are like, no, not really. But he's back on the course. He's literally golfing right now, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you to the police officers who text in, because obviously
Yes.
I was asking a question.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not.
No, you
it's
didn't
right.
know.
You're doing your job, and you are upholding the law. If you need to arrest somebody and put them in the back of a police car, now I know that you have to be handcuffed. That's mandatory from the training. So
I got put in the back of a police car once.
Oh, what happened?
I was not arrested, though. It was just the police officer needed to talk to me about something. And he said, just hop in my car. And I was like, all right. And I went to get in the front seat and he goes, no, don't get in the front. I was like,
I can
what?
see that's being
This is-
Wait, did you have to be scared straight? Is that what you're telling us
No,
about?
it was he just needed. There was something that my mom had like asked him to tell me or something.
You got scared
So
straight.
he was like, "Hey, just hop in the back seat." He said, "You'll look cooler because it was right in front of the high school."
Oh my gosh.
He goes, "You'll look cooler, and everybody's gonna be wondering why you were in the back of the police car." And I was like, "I don't need that though. Like, I'm fine."
Is he
I'm pretty
talking
cool."
about the movie? Are you talking about a movie or are you really talking about yourself?
Real life? I
Okay.
mean, I don't know what movie you're talking about. So.
Isn't that in Superbad? Isn't the
They
Hawaiian
did
kid?
do that with McLovin. They
But
did.
yeah,
do that.
telling me
this
so I was
did
the first
happen
one.
to you?
I was. This was
Okay.
before. This is my senior year of high school. My best friend walked by and was like, "Is everything okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine, dude. It's okay." It was right in front of the school, man.
Okay. All right.
What's his name?
Oh my gosh.
Officer-
From the
He had a flat
469
top.
veteran officer here, it doesn't matter if it's security or not, you have to follow a legal traffic control device that includes an officer directing traffic. And so, because I have heard like it was I don't know if this is the right term, golf cop or whatever, as part of the, that's probably not the right term.
Well, I guess maybe like a
golf
campus
security guard.
Like you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
police
yeah.
officers at hospitals, or I'm sorry if I'm not, if like police officer might say that's not a police officer. I don't know, but they'll be driving in the cars that say that is, I don't know, a Methodist hospital police car.
Okay.
And I do get confused on, sorry if this can be more education. Is that really a police officer or is that like a security person for the hospital or for a campus?
Mm-hmm.
If you were driving, let's say around UTA.
Right.
Plano High School has like 4 cop cars parked in their parking lot at all times.
And UTA has a police force of its
Okay.
own. But I think
Yeah.
in this instance, I believe it was a Louisiana Metro Police Department officer that was working in tandem with the PGA Championship.
Are you surprised?
And why? Why were they?
Yeah, that's the thing that's
death,
kind of been
right?
obscured in this that I found to be kind of fascinating, and that word feels weird to use because of the stakes. Apparently, there was a pedestrian that was struck by a shuttle in the early hours of the morning.
It was
that
at 5
ultimately-
a.m. Eastern.
Yes, that person died, and so that was what caused the traffic that then caused Scotty Scheffler to try and, I don't know, navigate through it to be able to make his tee time, and then cause this incident to go off.
Are you surprised at all that with all of this commotion and the arrest and everything, he not only is released, but he's already like literally on the course right now?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, don't people like this get released very quickly?
Yeah.
Like unless you murdered or possibly, like physically did something to somebody, then I think usually you're booked, charged, released as ASAP as long as you, I guess, post the bail.
The charges are second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. The assault charge is a felony. The other ones are misdemeanors. I'm not implying guilt or innocence, just literally telling you what the charges
you think
are.
he's innocent?
No, I am just telling you.
You think he's guilty then?
The charges that.
Why does that sign next to you say "Free Scotty"?
Yeah, I don't understand what that means. Is it because he's a Dallas kid and you're like, I just got to support the Dallas?
It is amazing. I don't know if they were just listening to the reporting from Darlington or they saw part of the video, but everybody I saw this morning on social media they had already figured out if he was innocent or guilty. And some people were like, this is such a disgrace to golf. And if he gets disqualified, he's going to file a lawsuit against the police department and all this and that. And I was like, wow, you figured that out really quickly.
That being said, Mike, you're the most golfer on the show here. He goes out in the first 3 holes, 1 under, 1 over, 1 under. Impressive for a morning like that, like a stressful morning like that, or typical?
That feels impressive.
He's the best in the world. He's the best golfer in the world. So we saw, I'm going to give you another thing that's similar to this, but not exactly the same thing. When Dirk was engaged to a lady who wasn't even that name. She was a fake.
Taylor,
I don't want to say she was a fake person. She was a real person. And it's like, oh my God, he almost married this person from what we understand. Holger was going to leave him as in like, I can't be around you because of the person you're marrying. Like there was just a lot of people in Dirk's life that look like, you're making a major mistake. This girl doesn't seem right. And then it all came about that she wasn't. She was a horrible person,
Right.
And a scam artist, and almost was able to marry Dirk Nowitzki. Like, she was a great scam artist to get that far. But yet Dirk against the Denver Nuggets in that playoff series played great. And you think, how in the world could us, I call us normal people, deal with that distraction? But I think like Dirk's, Scotty Scheffler's, whoever you want to name, the best in the world, somehow they can take these major distractions in their life, and 95% or more of professional athletes cannot handle those distractions, whether they're big or small. We can't handle them off of the field court and be able to do something. And they're able to.
It's crazy, too, because this is clearly going to overshadow what would have been a really huge story in golf. Is Xander Schauffele shot a 62 to start the PGA Championship.
Is that good?
That's the lowest round in the history of the PGA Championship and tied for the lowest in a major ever.
I think that it's been done 3 times
That
in
is
a major.
correct.
And one of the other times
was by him.
He's so good at this, man. He loves the first round, brother.
And so it is a little bit odd that, like, hey, you just made history, but
this is the biggest story.
literally
going on
nobody is going to be talking about that today. I realize, not just because the second round is commencing, but because I feel like everything is going to surround Scheffler today.
Well, and
probably
you know,
tomorrow.
it almost did yesterday too. Is I was going to bring it up in C Block, but then decided not to. But have y'all seen the video of him playing basketball and how everybody's just gushing over how great he is? I'm
Who,
like,
Xander or
no, not Xander
Scotty?
Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler.
Okay.
Have you seen that video yet?
Did he win state at Highland Park?
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know about the competition he's going up against, but okay, he made a good one-handed pass.
Chris Young, our general manager.
He wasn't in that video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he lost in the state championship his senior year, but then he went on and played basketball at Princeton.
To Scotty Scheffler? He lost to Scotty Scheffler?
I don't know. I'd love to see Scotty Scheffler versus Chris Young.
Check out
in the
this video
battle
if you get a chance.
And then Matthew Stafford and Clayton Kershaw also. They can have a really good 2-on-2 basketball game there.
It was one of those videos, Kevin, where everybody was like, is he just good at everything he does? And I was like, come on. Like, look who he's playing against. A bunch of, like, 18-year-old white boys.
By the
He's
way,
not going to be able to do anything.
Wow, what are you doing there?
They weren't very good at basketball.
Oh, okay. I was like, so then why'd you have to bring up that they were 18-year-old?
Good point.
Dave Swavey with Guns N' Hoses also said all the people that I was naming, they're real police officers. So, like, if I see them around my neighborhood, I live near Methodist Hospital.
Yeah.
When I see a Methodist Hospital, like, cop car, and I'm confused on, is that a police officer? They are. So, now I'm getting really educated in this segment.
You are. I like it. Now, here might be a little bit more education for the people right there. The Dallas sports scene is on the verge of history. Never in a season, and I decided to track this back even further. Never in a season have the Dallas Stars and the Dallas Mavericks both made it to the conference finals in the same year. I went back
to the North
and tracked to the North Stars going back to the 1980-81 season, which is, right, that was Mavericks' first season.
Oh, yeah, but what about
82?
the Chaparrals in the ABA?
I will have to get back to you on that. So 31 seasons since the Stars have been here. I believe 44 seasons the Mavericks have been here, and I tracked the North Stars with that as well. Never have they both made it to the conference finals in the same year. Never has a team or a city had the NBA champion and the NHL champion at the same time. The Mavericks and Stars.
And the World Series champion?
Oh, well, then definitely not that. The Mavericks and Stars are both one win away from making history. Could happen for the Stars tonight. Could happen for the Mavs tomorrow. I think that makes for an incredible sports weekend for the Metroplex.
Don't care.
I'm what?
I care so little about that part of it. The only thing I care about is winning and going on. Like,
Is that not winning?
I thought you were going to say the Angels Rangers.
No. Like,
Sounds like he doesn't want us to win.
Yeah.
No. I want to win. It just like
Doesn't
that part
sound
of
like
it.
you
Those
do.
two teams doing it at the same time matters so little to me.
You're
So
worried
which
about
one
the
do you
deal
want
I made.
to get eliminated?
That the Cowboys never make the playoffs again.
Oh, is that
If
it?
the Stars and Mavs win the championship and we have the World Series championship, the Stanley Cup, championship and the NBA Finals championship here in our Metroplex, it would mean the Cowboys never make the playoffs ever again.
Sorry, Corey.
But making the playoffs is kind of like the Super Bowl for us. Like that is kind of the
it's definitely
so that's you're taking away my only opportunity to feel like I'm near the Super Bowl.
You already know they're going to lose in
That's
in
fine.
that game.
I'd made it there, and making it there is what all that matters. So
What are you, RJ?
That's what Jerry loves about Dallas fans. The 10 billion people that follow the Cowboys don't care about winning.
I would rather go to the Super Bowl and lose than not go to the Super Bowl. All right. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, we're
'cause
never
I
going.
asked you that same question about the NFC Championship game, and you gave me a different answer.
I don't know. Well, that's the NFC Championship. That's keeping me from getting to the Super Bowl, Kevin.
We're never going to that either.
But the whole point is, I understand like this is a historic moment, right? Like a historic time that this could happen. It's never happened in the history and everything. That's fine. Like that's cool and all. But just the fact that I get more playoffs is the only thing that matters to me right now. If I get more playoffs, I'm excited. The storyline of that is very small.
Okay, so
minuscule.
which team do you want to lose?
I want both of them to win. I want more
Well, that's what
playoffs.
he just said.
I
That's
said
what
I
he
want
said.
more
I said the
playoffs.
Cowboys. My answer is the
He
Cowboys.
said he doesn't care.
No,
if
I
they
did. I
both
said
make
I
it.
want more playoffs. Those were the words that came out of my mouth.
That is fun when you get to be
more
on the other
Dallas
side.
playoffs. Because there will be playoffs.
Yeah, you know what? Mike's right, and I don't usually say that. More Dallas playoffs.
It is a shout out Friday from the 817.
Even
Shout
the
out to my
Cowboys.
wife. I'm concerned about where they chose to put the quotations. She is playing, quote, professional softball in France this weekend. She's going to kill it, and I'm so proud of her hard work and everything she does. She makes me better. That is a nice shout out. Is it not really professional softball? Why
Are
did
minor league baseball players professional baseball players?
Yes.
So maybe that's like, it's not the highest softball league, but it is a form of I'm being
If
paid
you
to
get
do it.
paid,
you're a professional.
You're a professional. For the most part, I get it. It's a general definition. Because obviously, I guess we would say that college players aren't professionals, but most of them are now getting paid.
True.
Not by the schools, though.
Yeah. Man, I wonder if they'll ever get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Professional broadcasters.
Up next, are you the type of sports fan who would be cool with a loss if it costs your biggest rival a shot at the playoffs or the title?
Don't care.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
True.
Saffron?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
To put Manchester City very much in pole position. Erling Haaland emphatically converted, and the reigning champions will be red-hot favourites on the final day to make history with a 4th consecutive title.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Stars, Game 6 tonight. Mavs, Game 6 tomorrow. Both with the opportunity to advance to the Western Conference Finals. So clearly, they have something on the line. This is not necessarily about them, but I was talking with David Hellman about this, and I was fascinated by Hollywood David
The dude
Hellman.
who was on today with the morning show.
Did we come up with a catchy name for?
I mean, it's Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton. They were just
and Eric and Zach.
They're being filled in.
What?
For
That's a lot.
By
it's a lengthy title.
Sean, by Eric and Zach and Bobby
That's too long.
and Peyton.
So we need to come up with a catchier title for that
Figure it
incarnation of that. But essentially, and I talked to Jared Sandler about this as well. Tottenham and Arsenal. That's right. We're going to talk a lot of EPL here a little. Tottenham and Arsenal are huge rivals. They despise each other. And Tottenham was probably the last credible threat to stop Manchester City and give Arsenal the opportunity to win the Premier League. Tottenham lost 2-0. So then the question arose, are you the type of sports fan, especially if you have nothing on the line? So like I said, this is not applied to the Mavericks and the Stars. They have a lot on the line in the next 36 hours. Hopefully not beyond that, but we'll see if we go to Game 7 or not. Are you the type of sports fan that would be okay with a loss if it totally screwed over one of your rival teams from making it to the playoffs, from winning a title,
Yes.
whatever the case might be?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I like it.
In the playoffs, though, no.
No.
Yeah,
that
so
would be weird.
Anyway.
So
That would be weird.
I say no in that I hate the Lakers the most.
Okay.
But my goals in basketball are number one, Mavs win the championship. Happened one time in my life. 2, the Lakers fail. Those are my 2 goals of the season, but 1 is always Mavs first. 2 is Lakers lose.
But if you're in a place where you already know that 1 is not there, are you
Yeah,
willing
that's all
to
I'm doing is I'm rooting for the demise of the Lakers.
Okay. And so,
or Dwayne Wade, but he's not in the league anymore, so I don't have to worry about him.
Well, I mean, he is a part owner of Utah, right? So you can just transfer that over there, right?
I don't.
You don't hate Utah because of that?
I don't
Sounds
love
like you don't
Utah
really hate.
either, but I don't really have to worry about Utah, and I feel like that's all fake anyways.
What do you mean?
Like
The existence of Utah?
Like,
I agree.
I've been to Utah. It exists.
I've been there too, man.
Very salty people.
Is that in Salt Lake City?
Yeah. I just don't think Dwayne Wade cares if Utah wins the championship or not. I don't think he's that involved.
But if you saw him get more involved, then
if he became the general manager, I'd hope he make all horrible